Hello, Konnichiwa, Namaste. Welcome to all to Konnichiwa Pune 2021 Day 2. This is stage 2. We are going to start this day with an interesting performance, which is very which is known particularly from our East India, Northeast India. This is performed by Mr. Manabu, Professor Manabu Koiso. So this event is all about stone bead necklace of the Nagas, Nagaland as a symbol of identity, and it is being talked about by Professor Manabu Koiso. He work as a Department of Tourism, School of International Communication, Kansai University of International Studies, Kobe, Japan. So I welcome Professor Manabu Koise. How are you? How are you, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I'm fine. So shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So actually, my outlook looks like Naga, but actually, unfortunately, I'm from Japan, and I will share the PowerPoint just now. Wait a minute.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay. So my name is Koiso, and the title of this talk will be "Stone Bead Necklace of the Nagas as a Symbol of Identity." And before that, I just want to say thank you to all these people who supported me for working on this subject. So just a brief introduction of myself. Actually, I studied archaeology in Japan as well as on Deccan College in Pune, both MA and PhD. And also I studied geography in Rikyo University in Tokyo. So during these my student days, I participated in excavations of the sites of Indus civilization, which is about 4,500 years ago, in both India and Pakistan. And also after that, I carried out research on traditional manufacturing and use of bead made from semi-precious stones in Gujarat and Nagaland. So my talk will be on this subject, especially on bead and the use of bead also, especially in Nagaland. And this photograph on the left is the one I have taken in 1991, quite long back, when I attended the Padayatra, walking, and I walked all the way from Alandi to Pandharpur, which is very famous in Maharashtra, of course. So recently, in the last 20 or 30 years, there are a number of books published on Naga, which means that northeastern India, especially Nagaland, has been becoming very popular as well as very important as in means of academics and also as politics also. Of course, the Prime Minister Modi is saying that look east policy, so connecting India with Southeast Asia, but so in between those regions, Nagaland is placed. So in that sense, of course, it's one of the remote place in India, perhaps, but it is a crucial point connecting India with Southeast Asia and also with China. So this is the brief contents which I'll be talking about in 4 or 5 sections or chapters. So first, in the first chapter, I will just briefly talk about Indus civilization, and in the rest of the chapters, I will talk about Nagaland. So carnelian beads of the Indus civilization and the craftsmen of contemporary Gujarat. So as I said, I have been working in my basic subject was Indus civilization when I was studying in India, and this section, the area which is shown here on the map is the place where the Indus civilization flourished. The area mostly lies in the modern Pakistan, as well as in Haryana and Gujarat regions of India, northwestern India. So some of the very important items from Indus civilization, and especially those beads, necklace. On the left, this terracotta figurine is wearing a very decorative necklaces, which are supposed to be the one on the center. This is actually this is the actual necklace found from one site in Indus civilization, and this is the red portion is made from semi-precious stone, which is carnelian. And you can see some stump seals also, which are used for trading these beads. And actually, these carnelian beads are found only in particular places or locations, which are shown on the map just now. So one place is Ratanpur in Gujarat, and the other is Madak Pet, also in Gujarat. So these mines were used during Indus civilization, and as well as today also. So today, it's a small town of Kambat in Gujarat. There are many people, many craftsmen working on this carnelian, making beads and other ornaments. So these are the mines from Ratanpur. And these are the craftsmen working on beads, especially of carnelian. So the photo in the center shows the finished beads, which are almost identical with the carnelian beads of the Indus civilization, which means that, as I said, the mines for getting those raw stones has been used for at least for 4,500 years. And the technique of making beads has been also preserved up to today. So on the right shows the very traditional way of making the holes in the long carnelian beads. So this Mr. Paramar is working on the beads for making holes. It takes very long time because the carnelian stones are very hard stone. So this technique of making very very straight lines, straight holes into these long beads are very difficult. It cannot made by machines, because if you use machines, the stones just break. So the making holes, the technique has to be very delicate and very careful, which is only done by men, craftsmen. So this Mr. Anwar is the craftsman who are actually making beads. And from Kambat, I noticed that the export of these carnelian beads, almost 80% has been exported to Nagaland, the present Nagaland, and the rest are exported to Pakistan and also to Persian Gulf countries. So I was working on industrialization. So since the industrialization were using carnelian beads, I went to Kambat to study about how to make carnelian beads and how to mine those beads also, other stones also. And at that time, I came to know that at present, the finished beads has been exported to Nagaland. So this brought me to Nagaland to study about the use of those beads at present society. So this brings to chapter 2, the state of Nagaland and the Nagas. Actually, Nagas are the name given to ethnic groups in Nagaland. So this is, it is unlikely that it has connection with the Nagas of the Hindus, which is the symbol of snakes. This is another name given to special ethnic groups in the Nagaland. So the photograph behind is the Kohima, placed situated on top of the hill, the state capital of Nagaland. And as you know, the Nagaland is one of the 7 sisters, so to say, of 7 northeastern states of India. It's bordering Myanmar and China. And one, of course, Nagaland is one of them. And in these regions, the population, the people are mostly Mongoloids, and culturally also, they're more of Southeast Asia, like Myanmar and Laos, etc. So this is the place of Nagaland. So almost 90% of the region is high mountains, and only 10% is flat plain. So those people are living in mountains. And also those Nagas are also living in some portion of Sagaing division of Myanmar. So at present, the population of Nagaland is about 2 million, and 90% of those population in Nagaland is the ethnic group of Nagas. So that's about 1.8 million. And there are some people also living in Myanmar and also in other northeastern states. So which brings to about 2 million Nagas in those regions. And also concerning their religion, at present, almost 100, 98% is Christian, and very few are traditional spirit worshippers. I will mention that later also. So this is the more detailed map of Nagaland and the regions around Nagaland also a little bit. And within Nagaland, there are many ethnic groups which goes under Nagas. Basically, those ethnic groups of Naga is divided into 3 groups, which is North, Central, and South. And in Nagaland, there are about 16 major Naga groups, but actually there are about 40 to 70 small groups within India and in India and Myanmar. So Kohima, the capital of Nagaland, is belongs to southern part of Nagaland, and also within around Kohima, there's Angami Nagas, Chakaseng Nagas, Pochupuri Nagas, Mao Nagas, etc. And also some portion of Nagas are living in Manipur also around Imphal. So actually these are some photograph of those major Naga ethnic groups from North, Central, and South. So as you can see, the physical features you cannot differentiate, but only from the cultural attire, their dress also, and also their ornaments, especially the necklaces. Especially those on Angami and Chakasan Nagas, and also Ao Nagas on the left bottom. You can see red stone neck bead, which are carnelian. As I said, these are imported from Gujarat, and they are made by the present craftsmen. And especially those long beads, long carnelian beads, the technique, as I said, the technique of making these beads has been preserved since the time of industrialization. About the word Naga itself, the word Naga, this is not an autonym but exonym, which means that Naga, the name Naga has been given by the outsiders actually. I will read the sentences on the page. Naga is a name coined by outsiders to the people living in the mountains of the present Nagaland, of course. The indigenous people identified themselves usually by their respective village names. That was their tradition. But the outsiders coined the name Naga to all those people living in the present Nagaland. So as I said, there are around 70 ethnic groups of Naga, and they used to headhunt with each other in the olden days. So the villages are set on hill ridges for protection. And the villages are surrounded by the steep hills. And also you have to enter the wooden gates. So this is also the purpose of these wooden gates are for protection because of the custom of headhunting. As you can see, this is one drawing from one book, which shows that this skull has been taken from the enemy village, and some horns of the mitten cattle has been put on the skull as a trophy, and also as well as for token for source of power. So this was the traditional part of the traditional culture of Nagaland, those people of Naga. So these are some photographs of very typical village in southern part of Nagaland. So as I said, the villages are located on top of the ridge for protection, and also for getting more sunshine, of course. And you can see at the bottom, left bottom, at the bottom of the ridge, there are terraced fields for making rice and some vegetables. And on the right, you can see the gateways. Of course, now they are not being used, but this is part of their tradition, and this decorated gates itself are part of their culture still. Of course, they will not close these days, but. And this drawing on the right, maybe you can identify, but these long horns, and at the bottom you can see two eyes of mitten. Actually, this is a mitten horn and mitten face. And one face in the middle is the skull, which are taken from the enemy. So briefly, I will mention about the historical background. So in ancient to pre-modern period, there are some written records by the mainland people mentioning about the people living in the mountains of northeast regions, which are now the present Nagaland. And only after 19th century, during the colonial period, when the British came, they have recorded the people who are living in those people in these regions, and they have put the name Naga. And also there are those the British and also Americans and also Italian the Christians came for preaching the Christianity in those regions, and this has started the conversion of those people to Christianity. So by the time of World War II, most of the people has been converted to Christianity. And of course, during the World War II, this place, especially Kohima and also Impal of the Manipur state, is known for the Battle of Impal and also for Battle of Kohima, the big battle which was fought between the British and the Japanese. And especially in 1950s and 60s, there was a struggle for independence by these people against the central government of India. And it was very nasty war actually, and many people died. But they couldn't get the independence, but they have gained statehood in 1963. And this is the present state of Nagaland. And in the most recent period, in the last 20 to 30 years, I have written here that there's a birth of a new identity, which means that there's a coexistence of Christians and also the ancestral spirit worshippers, the original traditional worshippers. And this is partially this is a result of the promotion of tourism and also regional development. And this Hornbill Festival, which is organized by the state government of Nagaland, is this is partial result of getting this coexistence of Christians and of the ancestral spirit worshippers. So this is a very new festival, Hornbill Festival, which is yearly carried out for 10 days in December. And all the major 16 Naga groups are attending this festival and performing their respective traditional dance, etc. at the Kisama village near Kohima. The dance itself is very traditional, but gathering of 16 groups in one place, this is very new. This is very recent, because as I said, all those groups were headhunting each other. So actually they were enemies. So they never gathered in one place in peace. But this Hornbill Festival have changed such tradition, and now they gather in one place and carry out one festival in one place. So I think this is one reason of for getting the closeness of each other and making the identity of Naga as one entire people. And also in 2011, before that, there was a unit. Anyone who wants to visit Nagaland, it was necessary to get permission from the central government. But now, since after 2011, such permission was cancelled. So now anyone can go into Nagaland and travel very freely. So this has also changed the identity of the people of Nagas. So the historical background, the religious background, and also this new festival, etc. They all reinforced the identity of one Naga and respective traditional culture, specifically dress and ornament, as you can see in the picture. But on the other hand, however, as I mentioned, 98.8% of the Nagas are Christian. So this conversion to Christianity is rather recent trend, especially in the last 50 years or in the last 100 to 150 years. So in that sense, Christianity is not very, a tradition of its own. It has come from outside. But those, well, I will read. Strictly speaking, the dress and ornaments are derived from, this is traditional ancestor and spirit worship of pre-Christian period. But they still wear those dress and ornaments as a tradition handed down from pre-Christian period. But now, as you can see, almost 100% of the people are Christians. So actually there are two identities, you can say. So this picture shows one portion of original pre-Christian traditional Naga culture. So that originally all the Nagas were spirit worshippers before the pre-Christian period. So they were nature worship. They were nature worshippers. And this ghost stone is one of the example of such spirit worship, nature worship. And also they were worshipping all the aspect of nature in general. Sorry, I will go back. So as I said, 98.8% of the Nagas are Christian at present, and the rest of the 1.99% are Naga Hindus and Naga Muslims, very, very less in number, but much more less number, which becomes 0.0002%. And according to the census of India, only 404 individuals are preserving the original traditional spirit worship. So I'll mention about the ornaments of, especially of Angami Nagas of Konoma and Kohima region. So most of the people of Angami Nagas wear carnelian necklace, very simple ones on the left, both men and women. So as you can see, usually men wear one line necklace, which is called Zeda in local language, Angami Naga. And the ladies wear two strands of necklaces. This is for everyday use. And in case of formal use, especially for festivals, etc., on the right photo, they wear more elaborate and of course very traditional necklaces, which are called chadia for men and tsubi for women. And there, of course, the dress is also very traditional, very formal dress. These necklaces are almost, the majority of the necklaces are inherited from either of grandparents, either of grandparents, which means grandfather or grandmother, or perhaps either of parents, which means father or mother, father or mother. This is the most usual case. So it is inherited. Usually at the time of birth, puberty or marriage, or at the time of death of grandparents and parents. And sometimes they're handed down as a gift from either grandparents or parents. So perhaps they are bought, newly bought, and then given to oneself from their grandparents or parents. But in case of inheritance or as for gift, there's no particular ritual or there's no particular ritual for inheritance of gifts. They're just simply inherited or just given as gifts. And the third way of possessing these necklaces are just simply purchased personally. And this is more recent practice. So traditionally, they're inherited or they are given as gifts. So in that sense, of course, they're very important, although there's no ritual as such. And if you ask the people for, wearing those necklaces, the purpose of wearing these necklaces is purely for decoration. One lady answered during the interview. And the other answer was symbol of love of mother who has given me this necklace. And some people answered that these necklaces are protection from evil spirits for leading a happy life. So this indicates that traditionally, the purpose of those necklaces had some meaning as protection or for amulets. And other people say that the red color itself symbolizes blood and life. So that is important for wearing those necklaces. So if you hear these answers, you think about evil eye, the nozzle, which is famous, which is very popular in South Asian countries. And those all men, all people in Nagaland know that there are nozzle tradition, nozzle culture in South Asia, but there's no such belief in Nagaland, at least in present. So the belief of those necklaces is very little different from the mainland of South Asia or India. But at the same time, they do have some, they must have some meaning of protection or amulets in previous times. So I will talk about the festivals, especially about the Sekrani festival, which is one of the most important festival of Angami Nagas. And of course, this is the very traditional culture, which is preserved since pre-Christian period. So this Sekrani festival is carried out 5 to 10 days, starting from 25th of month of Kezei. Well, this is 1 month, which is based on Angami Naga lunisolar calendar, just like Hindu calendar, which comes under around February on the Gregorian calendar. So for Angami Nagas, the Sekrani festival is the beginning of a new year. So naturally, this is very important. And also this original purpose or the original meaning of the Sekrani festival is the purification of men, I mean the people, as well as the entire village. So especially day one, they are very important rituals. But nowadays, these rituals are carried out only by the men of the spirit worshippers, which I mentioned that there is only 400 or so people in entire Nagaland. So these are serious purification rituals. And after that, day 2 to day 5, these are carried out mainly by the Christians nowadays. Of course, these are, the thing that the dance, actually I will read just first, I will read. Boys and girls collect wild plants and seeds in the jungle used to make replica of necklaces to hang on the wall of age group house. This is one of the traditional house in the village. And therefore, the procession with dances and songs. And they decorate the age group house with replica of necklaces, etc. So the practices they do for day 2 to day 5, these are also important, and these are also very traditional practices. But nowadays, they're carried out mainly by the Christians. So this entire Sekrani festival is very traditional, very original festival of the Angami Nagas, but only the day one rituals are only done by the spirit worshippers, which are, as I said, there's only few in one village. There's only about sometimes 4 or 5 worshippers only, and the rest are, of course, Christians. And the most important, this ritual of purification of day 1 is only done by the spirit worshippers. So these are the photographs of the day 1 rituals, which is done only by the spirit worshippers. And of course, this man on the photograph is the spirit worshippers, but very traditional belief or the religion of the Angami Nagas. So they collect water very early in the morning of day 1, and they bring back water to their house for making the cooking afterwards. And they make fire from brushing the wood. They will not use matches or something. They just use wood in traditional way and make fire. And also they kill chicken, and they will cook this chicken and eat among men only. So this fetching of water is used for cooking for the first day the meal, which is only eaten by the members. And also this water is used for the purification of the village also. So this is the most important, as I said, this is the most important ritual for the first day. Purification using water from the spring near the village. Symbolically, of course, this purifies the village itself. And since this Synchrony festival starts the new year, it purifies the new year also. So in that sense, this ritual is very important. But however, this is done only by the spirit worshippers nowadays. So after day 2 up to day 5, these are the dance and songs carried out by the Christians of the same village, actually. So they never nowadays do the first day ritual, the purification ritual, but they do carry out the traditional songs and dance of the festival. And day 5 is the decoration of the age group house. There's a photo of the age group house. So inside they decorate one wall with a huge replica of necklace using the jungle plants. So again, this is also done by Christians, although this is very traditional part of the culture, part of the festival. So based on those things I have mentioned just now, I will just conclude with the identity of the people. So these are the ladies from Konnichiwa village. And of course, the majority are Christians, but this lady on the from the second lady from the left is a spirit worshipper. And this Konnichiwa village is having a population about 2,000 or so. And among that, there's only about 5 or 6 spirit worshippers. The rest are all Christians. But between those Christians and spirit worshippers, there's no conflict. They're just friends and just usual villagers. But many people, including those ladies of the middle-aged people, and also the young generation, which are those are children of these ladies also, they have converted to Christians. For example, this the children of this spirit worshipper of this lady, second from left, the children of this lady have converted to Christianity based on their own thinking. So the mother, this lady, is the traditional spirit worshipper, but her children, they're both Christians. So these things happen nowadays. But there's no conflict as such within villages or within the family. So this is the life of Nagaland, of the Naga people. So this is the, I've mentioned earlier. Within entire Nagaland, it's only about 0.0002%, 404 individuals within Nagaland, which preserves spirit worship. So this second lady from the left is one of those 404 of entire Nagaland. So the Sekuni festival I've mentioned, the ritualistic aspect of the festival is only sustained by the spirit worshippers. The festival strengthens an identity as Angami Naga, as well as the identity as Naga, a combination of respective ethnic Naga group, which symbolizes unity and diversity. But the Sekuni festival nowadays is just a combination of both the traditional Naga culture, at the same time, the Christian Naga culture nowadays. So as I mentioned on the photograph on the left, this is only done by the spirit worshippers, which are non-Christian. But this getting water from the spirit, from the spring, is very important aspect of the Sekuni festival, but only done by the non-Christian or the traditional Naga spirit worshipper. And I think because of this water, which is used for purification of the village, and of course all the people of attending this festival, it is just like ablution. And this ablution means that it is just like when you're getting into Christianity, when you are converting to Christianity, you have to get abused. You have to get water for ablution at the chapel and church. So in that sense, I think the Christian church itself does not, they don't like this purification ceremony of the Sekuni festival. In that sense, there seems to be conflict between those traditional spirit worshippers and the church itself. And this festival on this photograph on the right shows the pastor at the opening ceremony of Sekuni festival at one village. So this shows that the church itself wants to organize the festival as the Christian festival, although this is very traditional festival of the Nagas. But the church cannot just eliminate the festival because this is very traditional, very important festival of Nagas. And of course, this is basically pre-Christian traditional festival, but the church has to admit that this is the present important festival of the Nagas. So for admitting it, the church wants to have the Sekuni festival as a Christian festival nowadays. But for admitting this festival as a Christian festival, the church does not want the first day purification ritual, which are using water, just like ablution when you're converting into Christianity. So in that sense, there's a conflict between the original traditional spirit worshippers of the Nagas and the church itself. So this is the situation of the present Nagas or the Nagaland. So there's 3 groups in present Nagaland. Even though there's only 0.002%, there's spirit worshippers, which are very important for preserving the original festival. And of course, the majority are Christians, 98.8%. And the third group is the church itself. So the relations, the respective relations, Christians, the majority people, and the minority, the spirit worshippers, they go hand in hand. The Christians and the spirit worshippers, there's no conflict. And of course, those Christians and the church itself, there's no conflict also. They just go hand in peace. But the conflict is, the conflict lies between the spirit worshippers and the church itself. So this is the present situation of Nagas or the Nagaland, which started in the last 50 or 100 years ago. So I have mentioned about Sekuni festival, but not only this festival, but entire culture of Nagas. Of course, they have been preserved in the original way in sometimes, but they are put within the world of Christianity. The church only admit to preserve the tradition if they come under the Christianity. So in that sense, the Christians of the Nagas, the Christian Nagas, of course, they admit what the church says. But the church does not admit the spirit worshippers, which are actually preserving the original important part of the rituals and festivals. So as I said, there's only about 400 or so in entire Nagaland. And finally, I think this 400 will become 0 in the quite near future. So when that happens, the original culture of the Nagas will diminish. And only the Christian Naga tradition, the very recent type of culture, will remain. So now, at this moment, I am, and we are all just witnessing the last portion of the Naga culture and also the Naga religion. So unless we preserve and record what is happening at this moment in Nagaland, the culture will diminish, and only the Christian festival, the festival which has become under Christianity, will be preserved in the future. So this is the end of my talk. So I hope you could pick up the points which I wanted to mention about about preserving the traditional culture, and also at the same time preserving the new trend of Christian culture in Nagaland, and of course the people of Nagas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Professor Manabu Koiso, for letting the world know about Nagaland, its beauty, its tradition, ritual. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are also having our stage one, which are also having a lot of exciting events going on. So everyone can visit over there as well, according to their preferences. Now we are moving to our next event, which is all about pioneering efforts in pure oak wood organic shiitake mushroom from Nagaland in NER India. It will be presented by Dr. Sosang Longge Kumair. I could quickly brief about Dr. Sosang Longge Kumair. Dr. Sosange Longe Kumar is a social entrepreneur armed with graduation degree in microbiology, post-graduation degree in applied genetics from Bangalore University, and PhD in genetics from ICAR NU Nagaland. He worked as a research associate for ICAR starting 2015 to 2018 and is well experienced in the field of research studies and activities. He is a founder of Konger Agritech, an agritech startup based out of Dimapur, Nagaland, established in the year 2020. Sole organization in the state with a functioning laboratory that manufactures varying mushroom spawns, including the exotic shiitake spawns. It specially promotes and supports the oak wood shiitake cultivation, taking into account the state's available resources and viable climatic condition. Welcome Dr. Sosang Longekumair to Konnichiwa Pune 2021.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to the organizing team of the Konnichiwa 2021. I would like to really appreciate for giving me this platform to highlight some of the mushroom activities that is going on in Nagaland, Northeast India. And I would tell you why Nagaland or Northeast India is special for these exotic mushrooms. Of course, shiitake mushroom, which I will be sharing you the pictures and all these things in the slide, is an Japanese origin. They have been cultivating for thousands of years, but it is somewhat new to our Indian counterpart. It is popularizing all over the world now, and it has been a few years that it has been coming up in India. The market is growing, and you know, we found out that the Northeast India is the right place to, you know, explore about this mushroom into a large scale because of the climatic conditions as well as the availability of resources. So I will be sharing a short slide, and then after the slide, I will take you to the live farm of some of the farmers as well as some recorded videos of some of our farmers. Now I'll share the slide. Yeah. So this is the shiitake. Shiitake is an oak family wood, and taki is a mushroom in Japanese language. So the name derived from it, shiitake mushroom. So it is grown in oak log. Now, let's first highlight where Nagaland is. Nagaland is in the eastern part of India. It's a small state and it's a hilly area. Now, Nagaland and other northeastern state lies in one of the most biological diverse place on earth. A brief introduction about the Nagaland. It's a small state with 16,500 square kilometer. The population is less than 1.9 million, and there are about 16 major tribes. The elevation varies from about 500 meter above sea level to about 3,800 meter above sea level. And the temperature varies from 21 degrees Celsius to 40. However, most of the places are moderate to very cold area, except one or two places, which is the lowland that is little warm. Now, 1/6 of the area is covered with tropical and subtropical area. And most of the forests are covered with densely populated oak trees. Now, shiitake, it has a lot of these medicinal values, such as one important content is a beta-glucan lanthanin. Now that helps in fighting the cancer cells, and other essential amino acids also are present. So that is the main thing which is beneficial to the health. And of course, it is very tasty, and people loves it. Now, the climatic condition required for cultivating shiitake, I'll just go in a brief, is about 7 to 25 degrees Celsius and a little higher humidity of about 80 to 85. And the hotspot for cultivation shiitake is the availability of raw material. Now, if we see in India, the Nagaland and Northeast India lies in the Eastern Himalaya Hills. So Eastern Himalaya Hills are placed with many oak species. There are about 16 oak species found in India, and more than 10 are found in Northeast India. Now, within the Northeast India also, these Naga Hills and Indo-Burma border in Nagaland are mostly populated with these oak trees. So the districts such as Kohima, Tuinsang, Mok, Chong, Ek, and some of the Naga districts in Manipur state are very suitable for this, and also their climatic conditions. Now, when to cut the log for cultivation of shiitake? So shiitake is cultivated in the log which is cut. Now here we make sure that the people cut only the tree branches or a tree pollarding. A tree pollarding means in winter season we cut the logs, the tree at a particular height, like about 3 feet from the ground, so that the tree doesn't die off, but it gives out shoot, many branches in the near future. So by doing so, we are conserving the forest and regenerating the forest. So we make sure that the farmer follow this rule very strictly. Now, collection of log for cultivation of shiitake is done during the winter when the tree are dormant. So mostly from October to March, we do that. Now, in the middle of the picture, you can see this is called tree pollarding. Now we cut at a particular height, and you can see many tree branches coming out. So thereby we are, like utilizing the tree resources for our economic income, as well as we are producing more, we are letting the tree produce more branches so that we can, like utilize it for our future and for our future generation also. Now, for transferring the fungus, the shiitake fungus, which is cultured in lab, into the log, we need a medium to transport that. So what we use is a wood dowel. It's a small piece of wood, which is about 8 mm in diameter and 1 inch in length. So I have just, come up with this idea. Actually, this we get a lot of wood dowel ready-made from abroad and all, but those are very expensive. So what I did was I just come up with this idea, and then it works very well, and we are getting very good result. Thereby we are reducing a lot of costs for the farmers, and it is affordable to the farmers, since India being a poor country economically compared with the European and Japan and Americans. This is helping us a lot. So for example, a wood towel per one piece of wood towel in Europe and America costs about 7 rupees, Indian rupees. Whereas this wood towel that I have produced costs about 2 rupees. So thereby we are saving a lot of money. Now, steps for cultivation of shiitake will be, we collect the wood at a right season. We procure the spawn wood towel, we drill them and we inoculate them, as you can see on the picture to the right, and then we cover them with the wax. Now after that we let them stay in jungle, that is under the forest shade, for about 1 year, so that the fungus take over the log and they colonize that. Now when the time comes, they mature and fruit the mushroom, and they will fruit the mushroom for about 3 to 4 times in a year, and depending on the density of wood, that is hardwood or softwood, it will fruit for 3 to 5 years, sometimes 6 years, like that, continuously. So one inoculation will last that much. So it's a good economic booster for the farmers. Now, at present, our Kongnor Agritech is collaborated with various departments such as Department of Forest, Government of Nagaland, Nagaland State Rural Livelihood Mission, and Department of Horticulture, and many more departments. However, these are the 3 major departments that we are doing some collaborative projects. Now, Department of Forest, we have done a pilot project in 2019 to 2021 with the funding of Japanese International Cooperation Agency, that is JICA, and it has been really successful, and we are on the talk for the renewal and upgradation of the project. And at present, we are doing a major project with Nagaland State Rural Livelihood Mission, where we will be covering 10,000 households and 1,000 self-help group. We will be cultivating in about 2,50,000 logs. That will be one of the biggest cultivation of shiitake, I think all over the world in one go. So that we are implementing now. And with Department of Horticulture also, every year we invite the beneficiary, we select, and then we implement this program. Now, these are some of the pictures where cultivation of shiitake is going on. Most of the farmers are, about 80% of the farmers are ladies farmers. And as you can see in the picture, they are very enthusiastic and really, taking part in this program. And this is one of the successful self-help group from Aliba village, that is in Molchong district. They are cultivating under the Nagaland State Rural Livelihood Mission, and they have been doing it successfully for the more than past 2 years, and they have been benefited a lot through this venture. And these are some of the women self-help group under Japanese International Cooperation Agency, Department of Forest Department, Government of Nagaland. This is in Topima, Kohima district. And yeah, they are also doing it very successfully. And they are covering our state capital market in supplying this shiitake. These are some of the shiitakes. Now we have been doing some trials in lower altitude area. It is almost like a plain area, and maybe about 200 to 300 meter above sea level, and it's a warm climate too. So with extra care and precautions, that we were able to fruit the shiitake very nicely. So there are some parameters that we used, such as softwood. We have used some softwood. We have used intense watering to cool down the log, and we have been carrying the log for much more than the usual one. So we have successfully fruited the shiitake. Now, these are some of the shiitake that has been, we are marketing in supermarket and all these things. Of course, it is just the initial stage. So we have to develop packaging, labeling, and all these things. However, it is just a market trial as of now. And the people are really excited and they love this mushroom. These are some of the dried shiitake done by the self-help group. And in the coming year, we are planning to scale up this dry process, because the shelf life of dry shiitakes are more than years, and also we can easily export it to other countries or to other states of the India. Since due to the lack of facility with the cold chain and all, we are unable to do trade with the fresh shiitake at present. However, we are working on it with the help of the government also, and hopefully we will be doing that also soon. Now, looking beyond the Konnichiwa 2021, now we Nagaland, we are a small state, and it's a topography is very difficult for large scale farming, because it's a hilly area, So we are focusing on quality production of crops, like high value crops, which with less crop you can have more income, like that. So we would be very happy to exchange knowledge with our Japanese counterpart, so that we can learn more about how to produce more better quality mushrooms, not only the shiitake, but other mushrooms such as inukitake or maitake and all these things. And also other agricultural crop where the farmers can be benefited, and it can be an economic booster for our tribal people. And of course, the market linkage between the two countries, that will be a good beneficial for the farmers. And if we can have some exchange programs, especially on farming technology, that will be a very, very good, like some of the farmers from India or the Northeast people, Nagaland people, can go to Japan. They can learn some technology which can be implemented, not a very high-fi technology, but the basic technique which can be implemented in Nagaland, and that can bring some changes in our agricultural sector. That'll be a great help for the Naga people, of course. And the Japanese farmers can also come to Nagaland and explore the beauty and the natural vegetation and the exotic crops or the fruits that we have here. And we can have this partnership. And of course, like as I've mentioned earlier, we would be happy to learn about the hill farming, where we can have a high value crops in our state. So thank you so much, and I will be taking you to the live farm in Aliba village. Our counterpart in Aliba farm can start their live with you. Yeah. So Imnala, yeah, she is the farmer from Aliba village. At present, they are doing a small-scale shiitake farm. There are more than 10 farms in their village, and more than 10 SHGs are involved in different farms. This year, with the help of Nagaland State Rural Livelihood Mission, they will be upgrading to a commercial farm. All the 10 farms will be upgrading because of their good results in the past 2 years. So she will show through. Nay, farm didn't say on
video.
These are the shiitake logs. Now you can see mushroom, but you can so these are the shiitake mushroom fruiting at present. Yeah. So they are fruiting shiitake every month. For example, like if they have 1,000 logs or 500 logs, 50% of the log they trigger the fruiting this year, this month, and then next month another 50% of the log they will trigger the fruiting. Trigger the fruiting means they give shock wave and wash the log, water it, then the log start to give the mushroom like that. So they are having a continuous fruiting of mushroom, and then that way they are having a very good income.
여기 은옥방지 머리스치 록 목중 디스트릭 알리바 빌리지 밀리어 다서 야 시다기 이바 록야 녹랑하나 서 드님지갈려 녹당 이약바지 다스노 이바 야 양로 클랜 약감능이 양라러 다서 약감 어디 세컨 양로바지 당대신ong the harvest 207 kg 달리트.
Okay, in 1 year 207 kg. Okay.
207 kg. That's sir.
Per kg per kg how amount?
600 rupees per kg.
500 rupees.
No, 600
rupees per kg. Okay.
That's sir.
So
당대신ong지 전락가
So this farm has generated an income of more than 1 lakh rupees in 1 year. Yeah. So it's a very good income, and it will keep fruiting for another 5 years. Yeah. So every year they will have a very good income. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much from to the Pangchamer Self-Help Group, Aliba Village under Nagaland State Rural Livelihood Mission. We are very much happy that you are excited and you are giving a lot of effort in cultivating this shiitake mushroom. This year we will be cultivating more mushroom in this village with the help of the Nagaland State Rural Livelihood Mission. And we hope that we will reach the international market with your expertise. Thank you so much. I will be sharing some other slide, some of the recorded video of other farms. Yeah, you can see one. This is under Japanese International Cooperation Agency in Topima Village, under the Department of Forest, Government of Nagaland.
Mushroom itu kan to SSG Seven Sisters tu pemakan last day. Terpuste. Bukannya. Oh, zau pusat saja. Ji bukan. Kalau SSG Seven Sisters ko chip itu kebau tu. Apa ni nak nulis apa saja? Dipilih.
Yeah. So thank you very much. We are at the initial stage of the shiitake farming and other exotic mushroom farming, and we hope with the help of various agency and collaboration and sharing of knowledge and idea, we will be able to reach international market very soon. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sosang Longi Kumar, for such a wonderful presentation and letting know about satake mushroom shiitake mushroom, I'm sorry. And it was pleasure knowing all about this. So thank you joining us in Konnichiwa Pune 2021. Hope to see you next year.
Thank you.
So moving ahead, we are again want to tell that there's some events are going on stage 1. Please join. You can log in to konnichiwa.ijbc.org to see the stage 1 events as per your preferences. We still having some time to move to our next event. So please wait, bear with us, take a break. We'll be live soon. Hello everyone, welcome back. Sorry for taking too long from a big break. Before we move to our another exciting event, another exciting session from Northeast India, I would like to announce one important announcement. There will be a special session on study and work in Japan by the University of Tokyo. You just need to register by going to Konnichiwa Pune event or schedule, which you can get from day 2 schedule. Scroll down and Embassy of Japan, the University of Tokyo, Ritsumeikan University, Asia Pacific University APU, the Kyoto University of Advanced Science. So don't forget to register in advance for this special session. Thank you very much. Now we can start our wonderful event, which is also from Northeast India. And this wonderful session is all about Nara Aba Kiwi wine from snow-clad Arunachal Pradesh in NER, India. And it will be presented by Miss Tagerita. So Ms. Tagerita is a CMD of manufacturing Lambu Subu food and beverages, producing Nara Aba, the first ever pure and organic kiwi wine in India. At Hong Village 0, Arunachal Pradesh venture, having a professional wine master of international repute to train and skill the local youths to make the wine with utmost care and diligence. The wine too is now a certified organic kiwi wine, which has been to many international exhibitions in the past through APEDA, Agricultural Produce Export Development Authority, Government of India, with more than 9 awards since 2018. It's pleasure to be with you, Ms. Tagerita, and we are welcoming you to the stage. Over to you. Am I audible? Tagerita, we are not able to hear you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Okay. So thank you so
for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and privilege to join in this webinar series today. And thanks for the generous introduction that you have given to the members, to people who are present today for the meeting. So here I have joined from my winery in Hong Village, which is in Arunachal Pradesh and falls under Lower Subansiri district. So as it was mentioned that we make kiwi wine. We started in the year 2017. The brand was launched in the year 2017, and over the past 4 or 5 years, we have been to many national exhibitions and international exhibitions, and we have received a lot of positive feedback and curiosity from people all over the world to wherever we went. And the winery witnesses a lot of tourists, local tourists, then domestic, and then also international tourists. Zero being a very beautiful valley and people being very hospitable and warm. So we get lots of foreign tourists where during the times when there's no lockdown, and I mean during other normal times. So that time we get a lot of foreign tourists visiting and then tasting the wine, and that's how we are running the business as of now. And in India, we have been, as of now, the brand is, our wine is a very well accepted brand in Arunachal. And we have also launched our wine in 2017 in Assam and Meghalaya as well. And in the coming days, and maybe we are planning to bring this wine to Delhi as well. So and then as because like I get a lot of queries about our wine from various countries also, other different countries also. So that's why like today I feel so privileged and happy to have joined this webinar, as Mr. Rajiv ji has informed me that as he works with this Indo-Japan youth organization. So I'm very much looking forward with doing tie-ups, and then even looking for a market destination for my wine to Japan and other metro cities of India. We have also sent wine samples to Japan actually. I think 1 or 2 years back, I forgot the date actually, but then pandemic struck, and then we also got struck with the works here in our own place only, in our locality, in our native place only. But now since the lockdown has been open and the world is moving at a much faster phase, and then people everywhere in the world, they have woken up to the very fact that we need to go for something. We need to work towards something which is sustainable, which is like healthy, and then building bilateral ties, friendships, trade, and cultural exchange. So I'm very much hopeful that in the coming years with our product, I can also look towards extending our relationship with Japan and other cities across India. So that's all I could say for now. Since I'm sitting right here in the winery, so I'll just show you how the winery looks like with different tanks, wines. And I just want to remark one thing here, that with kiwi wine being launched in the market, I'm also into making other wines, other organic wines like plum, pears, peach, and even wild apple, which is very much abundant here in Zero Valley. So like the other fruits that I do is when, like, because kiwi comes is harvested in the month of November here. So and then we do the crushing, we do the fermentation during the month of December and Jan beginning. So after that, like June, July, and August, that is the time when it's a kind of a sort of a lean period. So that time we do the crushing of other fruits as well. And those fruits also has actually, when we first time launched during this lockdown, we got a lot of positive feedback, and then the demand for those wines also is much in the market. So these are the tanks, steel tanks. These are food grade fermentation steel tanks, and I have the capacity of the winery is 60,000 liters per batch. So these are the tanks which I've brought it from Nasik. These are food grade steel tanks. And then we can do, at least for now, we can do 2 times in a year. And having said that, I want to tell that my winery is in the process of expansion and upgradation with a capacity of 250,000 liters. And we want to make it operational within a period of maybe a year and a half or so, looking at the demand in the market and then curiosity, and as because we also want to explore this international market. So we have already started the groundwork of building, started the work of putting up the infrastructure. So these are the steel tanks. This tank, this is like 5,000 liters. These are insulated tanks where we do the cold stabilization before bottling the wine. And these are small tanks which are fitted with this facility of chilling the wine. And this is a steam tank where we warm water for using it in the winery whenever we require. And these are run by electricity. One thing that I want to tell is that winemaking and winery is an industry actually, like, which is, I would say, like pollution free, because it's noiseless, and on top of that we also we are using all organic products in the winery, and it has like a list of like noise pollution, or there's no any chemical pollution in fact. And then even the sediments that are there, the byproduct that is there, it goes back straight to our garden as farmyard manure, which is again used in the farming as a manure itself. Then I have this is just a small showcase where I've put up the wine bottles here. And this is my laboratory, small laboratory, but we are equipped with basic minimum basic necessities for getting a very good wine. We do the testing here. My winemaker comes and do all the sampling and testings of the wine in this laboratory, in this lab. And then these are actually like some bottles we have stacked. These are bottles, and more of wine bottles are there in our store, and also some on the way to coming to our place. And this is a place where I do the packing, a small space. And since the winery is now inside a winery, I mean, we can call this as a tank hall only. And after bottling the wine, we take all the wine outside, because the outside looks like this. This is the entrance. We come here from here, and then we take all the after bottling, we take the bottled wine to there in our store, and from there we load it to our lorries. And this is like a machine, like this is a filtration machine. This is imported, and this is called like cartridge filter. And this is called membrane filter, where wine is being filtered at a very high pressure. And then we see that the wine also gets a very beautiful glow because of this membrane filter. And this is assembled in India, and this is 180 ml. So we have the small 180 ml bottles where we send it for samples. Recently, I sent these 180 ml bottles to my friends in Chicago. So they've tasted the wine, and they said they quite like the wine. Then this is again like a capping machine, which is for capping 750 ml. This is a very efficient machine. And here we have the motor inside, the main thing which runs this machine. Those are imported. It's Italy made, but again the parts are brought from there, and then again assembled in India, and then given to us. So the winery, my winery is equipped with all the basic necessities of making a good wine, and to all the the machines, the machineries. We have all of that, and this is the crusher unit where we do the crushing of the kiwi fruits here. And there, like down there, we attach a hose pipe, and then it's again fitted with a motor, displacement pump, in fact, and that pump actually throws the fruit from this crusher unit to the tank. So that is how we do. And my wine looks like, as of now, I've kept three types of wine here with me. This is kiwi wine, classic, which I've just taken out from the tank after chilling. Yesterday I did chilling, and the temperature went down to -10°C, and the wine tank was like outside, it was all frozen because the wine itself cannot get frozen. So the tank, because of the temperature, low temperature, it became -10°. It came up to -10°C. We do the chilling twice in a week so that the wine is kept in a very good temperature. It doesn't get spoiled. We preserve them in a very the way it should be, actually. So we treat wine like a living being, and then they are a living, like a creature, something like that. We treat them, and then we keep them, we preserve them with much care and attention. This is the classic wine which is available in the market, and I'll show you the bottle. This is how the bottle looks like, the classic kiwi wine bottle, kiwi wine. And then also we have tried aging kiwi wine in French oak chips. So we have aged the first batch of the wine, the fruits which were harvested in 2016. We have aged the wine, and then the color turned out to be darker, and this is how it looks like. This is the classic, this is the vintage. We call it vintage 2016. Even this wine we have bottled, and the level of this vintage looks like this. This is a woman who is making this wine. I mean, traditionally we make the wines are being made by women. So I've just, as a tribute to our very hardworking, beautiful woman, so I've just drawn their picture, put the picture in a very traditional style. And then as I said, like, we have tried making wine from other abundant fruits. So during lockdown we have discovered one wine, we have made wine which is called wild apple, which is much abundant in our place, and it grows in organic, in the nearby jungle. So this is a wine made from wild apple. And recently, and very recently, I've just come back from this exhibitions at Noida, where I've met a lot of people from hospitality industry, and I have met people from this star hotels, 5-star hotels, like food and beverage managers, chefs, and all. They've come to my stall and they tasted the wine, and they've given me much positive feedback, which actually boosted my morale and then made me much more confident about the wine that we are making. So this is it. And here I've just kept few bottles, and then I've used this jute bag because again, this is eco-friendly. So this is how I do it. And what else to show? Rajiv ji, if you're there, please tell me what more can I tell our attendants, our friends there in the Zoom call. So this is it. And the winery, the place is like right in the middle of a village. The name of my village is Hong, and it's one of the largest village in Asia, but I think socioeconomically, this is like one of the most underprivileged, or so to say deprived. But with the coming up of my winery, I think a lot of tourists, a lot of attention we are getting. So in a way, I feel the winery has spread much positivity. And I just want to tell all the and yeah, by the way, this is like our sterilizing machine. Here we do the sterilizing of the bottle after washing manually. We sterilize it again here with RO water, and then this infectant, of course, we use in the thing so that the wine doesn't get spoiled after being bottled. And I have a RO plant which is mounted at the top of this building there. So for anything, even for cleaning also, we use the cleanness of the water here. And one reason why the wine turns out maybe good for many people is that because we have a very good quality water here, and the municipal water that comes is is tapped from spring water, actually from the springs directly. And we use that water in cleaning the fruits, cleaning, sorting, and then washing all the sanitizing even the winery. So that's how we do it. And right now we have a lot of kiwi wine. Out of these 60,000 liters, I have around I think 30 to 35,000 liters I have kiwi, and the rest, as I said, I have put up with this plum, pears, peach, and other wines. And this December again, we are going to crush maybe another 25,000 liters after bottling away the other fruits that are there in the tank. So any queries or anything that you all may wish to, I think I'll give a chance for that.
Thank you so much, Tagerita, for a wonderful session presentation and giving us a virtual, tour to winery. And hope to see in person to you in Arunachal Pradesh. And thank you very much. Thank you everyone for joining for this wonderful session. I would request everyone to please see the events in stage 1 as well, which is going on parallelly with wonderful events which is going on stage 1. You can see it as per your preferences. We are going to start with our next session, which will be a presentation by All Nippon Airlines by Miss Benifer Khajotia. Sales and marketing. She'll be here, I think. Miss Benifer, have you joined?
Yes. Yeah. Hello. Hello, everybody. Can you see me?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, we can see you. And thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, everybody. A very warm welcome to you all. I'm Benifer Khajotia from Sales and Marketing, Mumbai office. I'm joined by my two colleagues, Mr. Anil Kamble from Sales.
Hello, this is Anil here. How are you all? Tagi-san, thank you very much for your winery survey. We wish we would have been there to taste your wine in Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you.
And let me introduce Mr. Ivan De Mello.
Good afternoon, everyone, and hope you all are doing fine. And I would like to thank IGBC for giving us a chance to participate in this event. Thank you so much.
We thank Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh from IGBC for giving us the opportunity to be here today. I will be doing a short presentation on All Nippon Airways. Please allow me a minute. I'll share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Just give me a second, please. All Nippon Airways, or popularly known as ANA, was founded in 1952 with 2 helicopters. The headquarters is Tokyo. We enjoy a dual hub at Narita and Haneda airports. We are the largest airline in Japan. We cover 82 international routes and 120 domestic routes. Our fleet comprises of 257 aircrafts. We are the launch carrier and the largest customer of the B787 Dreamliner. We have received many industry awards. The most prestigious is the Skytrack Award for 9 consecutive years. World's Best Airline Cabin Cleanliness, World's Best Airport Services, Best Airline Staff in Asia, Best First Class Lounge in Asia Services. ANA is also the first airline in Asia to be certified with a 5-star COVID-19 safety rating. So when you travel on us, you can rest assured travel in peace. And safety is our priority. Air Transport World has awarded us Airline of the Year in 2007, 2013, 2018. Decades of Airline Excellence Award for the Asia Pacific region we have received in 2020. Last but not the least, ANA is the only company in the aviation industry to receive the Gold Class distinction from the 2021 S&P Global Sustainability Awards. So we truly are an award-winning airline. Our international network. It has been an endeavor to bring India closer to Japan. From India, we operate from Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai to Tokyo and beyond to USA, East Coast, West Coast. We have a strong connectivity in the Southeast Asian region. And to name a few points, Incheon, Hong Kong, Singapore. So we fly you not only to Japan, but beyond. Currently, we are operating under the travel bubble, air travel bubble. Hence, we have a flight schedule. Current flight schedule is operating till 11th January. From Mumbai, we operate to Narita. Our departure is once a week. 2000 arrives into Narita at 7:45. And from Narita, you depart at 11:35. You arrive into Mumbai at 18:25. From 11th December, we will be having operations twice a week. From Delhi, we operate to Haneda Airport, which offers you an excellent connectivity to connections within Japan and beyond. The Delhi departure is at 18:45, arrives into Haneda at 6:05, and from Haneda departs at 10:15, arrives into Delhi at 17:15. The current schedule is on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. From Chennai, we are operating 2 special flights, one in December, 12th December, and 9th January. So as you can see, our departures are the most convenient because you arrive into Japan in the morning, giving you an advantage of an entire day for business or for leisure. Whereas on the return, when you're flying back into Mumbai, Delhi, and Chennai, you land at such a convenient time where there is less congestion at the airport and you clear customs immigration very quickly. we operate the B787 Dreamliner into India. This is an illustration of the 9 series: business class, premium economy, and economy. Business class is a large cabin on board. Our business class is the best on board. We offer full flat beds, staggered seating. This gives you complete privacy and enables an access to every aisle seat with a wide LCD monitor screen, 17 inches. There is ample storage and a convenient large side table. So you can very, very comfortably work throughout your flight without missing the day. Premium economy offers more comfort with more leg room, a recline of 115 degrees, a pitch 38 inches. This is our largest cabin on board, economy class. Our seats have been reconfigured from a 31-inch pitch to a 34-inch seat pitch, offering you more leg room, making a long flight much, much more comfortable. With a 9-inch monitor, you can watch movies, universal power port, iPod connectors, and USB port. Footrest. On board, relax, enjoy the Japanese hospitality. Our specialty meal is the Japanese meal. We offer the finest Indian cuisine, non-veg and vegetarian, including Jain meals in collaboration with Taj Mahal hotels. We also offer a wide variety of beverages. Our focus is on our Indian customers. For them, we have a wide variety of special meals for their dietary preferences. Indian non-vegetarian meal, a host of vegetarian meals, veg lacto meal, your Indian vegetarian meal, Western vegetarian meal, even a veg oriental meal, and a Jain meal. For those traveling during their fasting period, religious days, we offer a raw veg meal and a fruit platter. These meals are served on the India-Japan-India route. They must be requested 24 hours prior departure, so you will have delicious food on board. Lounges are available for business class passengers at Narita on departure and arrival. The arrival lounge in Narita is our plus point because when a passenger lands in the morning, as we have said, our timings are all landing in the morning, he can take his boarding card to the lounge and have a shower, have breakfast, and he's ready for the day, business or leisure. Some information about Mumbai Airport. We're located at Terminal 2. Check-in is 3 hours prior. All check-in counters close 1 hour prior. ANA offers a very generous baggage allowance, 2 pieces in all classes, business 32 kilos each, premium economy and economy 23 kilos each. Star Alliance Gold members can check in 1 extra piece. Carry-on baggage is 10 kilos, including laptop bags and purses. For business class passengers, the lounge is the Adani Lounge. You can contact us on our email IDs. We will put them in the chat box. At Delhi, we're located at Terminal 3. Premium Plaza Lounge is the business class lounge. Chennai, we are at Terminal 4, and the business class lounge is the Travel Club Lounge. ANA is part of the prestigious Star Alliance. We are members since 1999. This gives passengers a host of benefits being part of the Star Alliance. We can connect you connections from various cities in India to our points from Delhi, Chennai, and Mumbai on Vistara and Air India. So Vistara and Air India will connect you from, say, Ahmedabad, Pune, Goa, Calcutta, Guwahati, Chandigarh, Trichy, Coimbatore, Hyderabad, Bangalore. And you get the advantage of a through check-in facility. Of course, these days, because of COVID protocols, we would request you to please visit our check-in desk to check documentation. And Air India is a Star Alliance member, so which gives you added benefits. Please log into our website because it has a host of information. Right from flight reservations, you can make your booking, you can check in, and you can track online. Any members, which is known as any membership club. So you can enroll on our mileage program, quick and easy way of enrolling, which is just log into the website and enroll, enjoy a host of benefits by earning and redeeming miles, not only on airlines, but our partners as hotels, cars, etc. So please do log into our website. You will get up-to-date information, and all the rules and regulations are mentioned, especially if you're traveling to Japan. Social media is the way forward. And we have our Facebook page, which is updated with all information on our awards, on our flights, on our promotions, everything. So please do follow us, like us on our Facebook pages. We have a very interesting Instagram page. Also gives information about the destination, about our product, about our services. So we look forward to having you enrolling there. This is a new venture. ANA Holdings has partnered with JP Games to launch ANA Neo. We are going to introduce a Sky Whale. The Sky Whale is a virtual platform where users will be able to travel and access interactive activities. The three key features there are the Sky Whale, the Sky Park, and the Sky Mall. You can join through the smartphone and tablets. You can view it on your own or with a group of friends and family. And the most exciting part is that you can convert your virtual experience and book your real-time travel plan. This exciting launch is scheduled in 2022. So you must check this out. This is the Sky Whale platform, NEO. COVID protocols have changed our travel. So traveling India to Japan, we'll just highlight a few key features which one needs to keep in mind. Currently, the Japanese consulate is issuing categories of visa, except for tourism and VFR. Quarantine in Japan is still there for 14 days at the first entry point. COVID testing is required 72 hours prior departure, and a valid COVID certificate testing is required. There is antigen testing at Narita Airport. A submission of undertaking is needed. Web questionnaire is to be completed. And use of public transportation is not permitted during quarantine, including Japan domestic flights. But all this information is updated on our website, step by step, and very easy to follow. So you can definitely visit and get all the updated information. COVID has changed the way we travel. So ANA is committed to ensuring the comfort and safety of all our passengers. Rest assured, when you fly on ANA, you have absolutely nothing to worry. Right from airport, lounges, and on board, ANA has committed by the ANA Care Promise, so you can have a peaceful journey. ANA is also committed to an ANA Future Promise. We are promoting ESG management that considers environment, society, and governance. Under the ANA Future Care Promise, we have started many initiatives amongst many, which we will be showing you in a short video. We will share two videos with you. One on our commitment to our passenger safety and comfort, which is the ANA Care Promise. And the second video is on ANA Future Promise, which is committed to society. Ivan, can you please play the videos? I'll just stop sharing the screen.
Yes, thank you, Benny.
Ivan, volume, you'll have to.
Ivan, no volume.
Every 3 minutes, the aircraft from the ceiling to the floor, helping continue to
Thank you very much. And we look forward to having you travel on ANA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Binifer, for this wonderful presentation and letting us know the advantages in traveling from Anak to Japan. And we are looking forward to travel soon to Japan. And I hope a lot of other people is also excited for that. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you to the IJBC team from all of us at ANA.
Thank you everyone who has joined for this session. And now we will move forward to our next session. So before moving, I would like to say, please join stage 1 for wonderful events that are going on according to your preferences. So our next session is also a presentation by Mr. Satish Javale, co-founder and CEO, Transfinite. Mr. Satish. Hi, Mr. Satish, please unmute yourself.
Hey, hello.
Hi. Konnichiwa, namaste.
Namaste. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Great, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. So the stage is over to you now.
Yeah. Mr. Kulkarni is with me. He'll start the presentation with the introduction, and then further I'll start with the presentation. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Kulkarni. Sir, your mic is
Mr.
mute.
Kulkarni. Yeah. Mr. Kulkarni, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. I hope it's not audible. It's fine.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon to all. Before we start, we would like to thank all managing members of IJBC and respective Consulate General of Japan for giving us opportunity to introduce us via this great event. And the event is simply fantastic and marvelous. And we are short of words to appreciate the commanding efforts put by the respective members of IJBC and the Consulate General of Japan team to make this event very successful. So what I'll do before we'll go to the Transfinite Innovative Solution, I would a little bit brief you about the Apollo Innovative Group, which is the parent group of the company. So basically it is an enterprise comprising of 10 companies across 5 verticals. So this Apollo Innovative Group include 5 companies called Grand Shelter, RNV Biotech, Transfinite Innovative Solutions, Link Life Science, and also we got a social CSR unit called Ganga Charitable Trust. So basically the Grand Shelter is into the real estate development and stood out in the industry with its ethical business practices, rapidly acquiring a public image as a quality conscious and reliable developer. The promoter has wide experience in all facets of real estate development and has a passion for architectural excellence and eye on interior designing. Grand Shelter is forging into smart industrial township development, integrated logistic park near Kalyan. The next entity in the group is the RNV Biotech Private Limited. It is basically engaged in extensive research and development into algae-based product and alternative energy, and also has expertise to carry on business of developing, producing, and marketing of bio-CNG, alternate energy from agriculture waste, and other related activities. When it comes to the Transfinite Innovative Solution Private Limited, I will leave it to Satish Ji, who will brief you in detail about this group entity and elaborate more on this. The next entity we got in group is Link Life Science LLP. It is a very fast-growing pharmaceutical company engaging research and development of natural products derived from plants and having core competency in area of novel drug delivery system. It is basically a research-driven pharmaceutical company. It is also involved in a social cause with an innovative medically approved nicotine replacement therapy what we call NRT for quitting tobacco in the form of tobacco. It is made from specialized German technology that mimics the action of tobacco and ensure patent compliance. This is so essential for the addiction process. It is also in the process of launching InnoSkin, a very innovative range of unique cosmeceutical range, and which is 90% natural ingredients. Same time, the group also actively involved to rare earth minerals, and basically it is in marketing trading activity of metal and minerals, and also planning to set up rare earth elements metal production plant in India. And the last is the Ganga Charitable Trust, which was established in year 2005, with sole intention aiding people below poverty line and from the low income group for achieving their basic goals in life related to education, medical facilities, and living a poverty-free, distress-free life. The most important part of the organization was to achieve this without any compromise, with the self-respect and dignity, and without any discrimination of any caste, creed, religion, and color. Apart from this, the trust also endeavors to serve afflicted individuals on humanitarian grounds as and when required as possible. The group is immensely committed our objective of social service. The volunteers are always enthusiastic about any project what they get involved, and they are proud of completing the required projects in stipulated time period. The trust also collaborates with its partners to execute its objectives through well-planned programs and plan in the areas of education and medical welfare. It has evolved over the past decade or so from being a direct service provider to the needy to focusing more on the underlying cause of poverty and secondary treatment to certain class of society. We are extremely thankful for our contributor, individuals, corporations, institutions, and government bodies for their help in making this vision bear fruit. With this small gimmicks of our group, I would like Satishji to take it forward and brief more deep about transformative innovative solution, where we have one of the leading entity among the group. Hand over to you, Satishji, and thanks for all to listening me very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Kulkarni ji. Thank you very much. I really would like to thank first the IGBC Indo-Japan Business Council Executive Committee. I would like to thank Mr. Siddharth Deshmukh, Abhishek Chaudhary, Omkar Barian, Prashant Kinswara. I also would like to thank Mr. Atul Bhujbal and any other dignitaries of Indo-Japan Business Council for having this kind of events. We are very amazed with our companies, which Mr. Kulkarni have already introduced. I would like to, I will not take much time, and I just wanted to make it a little bit of interesting by showing our company's strength and the applications which we basically deal in. So I would like my screen to be shared. I would request host to please share my screen so that I can show the presentation. So here is Transformate Innovative Solutions Private Limited. We say inspiring innovation beyond evaluation. Basically, if you see, we have our fundamentals in place with these things. Basically, little bit of our company, Transformate Innovative Solutions, which is incorporated in Mumbai. We have headquarters and our development center in Mumbai only. We are planning our development center into Pune and other cities. Total, we are having experience of strong IT running a business which is around 18 years. We have a software process compliant company. We are very cost effective, yet measurable solutions we deliver. We have in-house validation process and focused and customized attention on whatever projects we take. We call ourselves as a client-centric for a long and strong long-term relationship. This particular product basically we have, Transfinite Innovative Solutions Private Limited is a typical software company. We have a very typical environment of a software firm here. I would really like to invite whoever wants to visit our company and wants to see our culture here. We basically we are the partner of SAP Business One, which is amongst the few ERPs in the world. So SAP Business One is ERP which the market accepts by very easily. So we practice it since very long. We have around more than 100 clients for Business One. We are catering to them. We are sold them the licenses. We are supporting them. Again, we have started with Microsoft Dynamics, again ERP, CRM, and Office automation. So Microsoft Dynamics is again a ERP. We are into a fintech industry also. For banks, we have a type with Vsoft. So we sell their, we sell their core banking system. SAP Business One support is one of a different perspective from the practicing the SAP Business One. In a case, if someone has already having a SAP installed and they are using that application, so our company can support them to developing add-ons as per the requirement. If they are not happy with the existing vendor, so we are ready to take the challenges and cater the services. We are into cloud space as well. We practice Google Cloud, but majorly we are into Microsoft Azure, like cloud to cloud migrations. We also into edutech. We are developing few applications for education industry like college ERP, LMS. Excuse me. So these things will come up, but I would like to focus on our existing products. Basically, this is what our methodology is. The services which we basically provide, apart from the ERP, is bespoke application development, where we understand the requirement of the customer, understand their problems, we discuss with them, and then we design the application as per their requirement. We are into IT infrastructure data center services as well for banks and for corporates. If there are in-house data center needs to be developed right from the scratch, right from the designing, the architecture and everything we take into consideration. Like I mentioned earlier also, Azure Cloud Services we provide with the Microsoft partnership. The concept of digital transformation is already is in the buzz, and excuse me, we do end-to-end services for digital transformation. Be it is understanding the existing process, applying the new concepts to the organization to achieve their goals. So digital transformation we provide, including the application development, the automation, the process, we set up SOPs, we develop application on mobile. So there are a lot of things comes into this, which we provide. We have Center of Excellence set up already done in KITS Warangal, which is again related to the EdTech. Again, we are planning to have more in coming years. My most strength are into a Microsoft CRM, customer experience, and ERP space. So I would like to move to the next slide, where these industry verticals we cater to into the manufacturing, governments, telecom, banking and financials, healthcare and life sciences, engineering and constructions. Retail, we have e-commerce application which we can integrate to the customer. So these are some business process validations: SAP Business One, SAP support, Microsoft Dynamics 365, Microsoft Azure, IT infrastructure and data center setup. These things we have already applied to these industries. Using Business One application, this is the illustration, basically how one can, see its operations are going on in organizations. This is our implementation methodology. Basically, business process starts with the discussion with the steering committee. Here, our developers, our consultants understand the requirement, understand the processes, how basically existingly business is being conducted. Based on that, we understand the risk management. Then we go to the next level, which is we generate the blueprint. We get the documents signed that what will be the output. And then once we start realizing, the realizations start coming, that is when we start implementing the application. We finally prepare that. Before the go live, we train the entire staff how basically the application can be used. Then the change management also come into picture if suppose any change has to be done, whatever we have discussed and which is not already present in the application. So we do the change modules, some customization to it. We again train them. And finally, we run the user acceptance test. So from the perspective of users, every user has to be satisfied. Every user needs to understand what he is doing and what output should be expected. So we do the user acceptance test and then we go live. And there we have a small program which we generally go to the customer's place and we announce the go live. And then from that moment, the actual application gets starts. So on and on, if you see, the procedure is to understand the pulse of the business, understanding the requirement of the end customer and their users, train them, and before using the application, we get the acceptance test so that tomorrow if something comes, so that can be considered as an additional module. And customer, because of this approach, I'm really thankful to my developers and my consultants that we really do not have even a single project which we have failed. So I'll come to the SAP, a little bit of in-depth, what kind of modules basically can cover into this. So generally it's accounting part, ledger general, chart of accounts. I will not get into more details because by saying this, ledger general, you can understand, you can read this. We have a sales module, we have a sales opportunities, that is ERP. We have purchase module, inventory module, banking module. So basically, if you see, a small company can, having this application, SAP Business One, can run their business on a single software. They don't have to maintain different applications. Say, for example, Tally for accounting, some CRM for their business development, purchase, different application, banking. So entirely, this application has a capacity to run the entire company operation using a single application. These are some dashboards which basically we share with the customers. These reports you can get as a business owner and as a user also. Here you have a very good opportunity to understand the concepts. So left hand side on the screen one, if you see, there are modules has been given, and the right hand side says how the crystal reports can be generated. So the business owners can take the decisions rapidly based on their information, which is live available on their mobile or the screen. Now coming back to the another CRM, which is Microsoft Dynamics 365, which has been renamed. Earlier it was Navision by Microsoft. This is totally cloud-based application, and it's again ERP software. So Microsoft Dynamics ERP is again enterprise resource planning software primarily geared towards the managing financial operations. Like it can apply to the manufacturing, supply chain, payroll, and there are some critical functions also can be understand by these applications. So using this application, you don't have to worry about your hardware requirement, your support. It is like the securities and everything will be taken care by the application. You have to focus on your business. So these are some modules which has been shown in a blue color, that is Microsoft Dynamics 365 Business Center. So or above, all in one ERP solution which consists of everything. So Microsoft Dynamics 365 is into the news. People are considering, and this product is developed by Microsoft. So you can see the significance. It has a sales. So again, I will not get into more detail of a sales. Everybody know what is a sales is, but there are some B2B and B2C integrations which I would like to highlight. You can integrate your existing customers. You can have how basically our people are interacting with them. Based on there, you can apply the AI-driven insights to the sales. You can innovate new ideas to drive the sales. So before this sales application, this is what the who basically are in the market. I mean, those who are also on the field. So left hand side, you see the representatives who's on the field and what is their status has been given. Just a small gist of the screenshot of this. So again, marketing, there's no rocket science. Everybody knows how to drive the sales. But the catch is this: you can have multiple campaigns run using this CRM. You can even apply event management. You can, calculate your ROI. There are a lot of things which can be considered. I really don't want to bore people by explaining this details. So, but the highlighted point is that you can, if you are a LinkedIn user and you are driving your business, so there is this application can be integrated with the LinkedIn, and it can generate leads automatically. And the details which we generally ask after, which is already been inserted into your CRM, so that you can assign it to the particular person of a salesperson, and then sales can be achieved. So Dynamics 365 marketing is one of a very important module in the ERP. So it has a project automation, finance and operations can be, supply chain management, the entire thing can be managed, the e-commerce, the human resources. So this is again one of the integrated application we can rely. You don't have to invest on the hardware. It is a cloud-based, entirely cloud-based, user-based application you can think of. This is just a small funnel of a sales, which I just wanted to just show you. Just our few of our clients we would like to show you. It is for best, we have done some application. Harness Technologies, again, they're into manufacturing. So we have SAP involved there. COSC Custom Shop is one of the bespoke application which we have developed for this company. They have their customized shirts and they are very famous. Malka Amit is again diamond and precious stones logistic company, which is an Israeli company, and they are, I mean, with the Indian company, they are doing operations in India. We have a Tata Motors with us for their internal communication applications. For L&T constructions, we have delivered the ERP. Suzlon Protections, we have done the ERP. Metropolis, we have given them the BPO solution. For Grand Centers, we have ERP done. Mandara is the textile industry. You must have known the big brands has been developed by this Mandara. We have one college with us. We have other DCC and other clients also with us. So there are not many clients, but then these clients we thought we should share with you. These are the partnerships across the different providers we have, like Microsoft Dynamics, Microsoft Partner Network, Control Edge Data Centers, Amazon Web Services, IBM, Palo Alto, and Fortinet, SAP, Hadoop, Dell. So not many partners we have. I would really like to invite you on our LinkedIn page, which link I have written here. You can take it down, or I can just place this on a chat. So on and off, I mean, transformative innovative solution is again thinking of innovative products also, which we are already working on. And because of lack of a time, I don't think so. I mean, I'll be elaborate this, but then our details are already there. You can visit our website also, transformite.one, and you can contact us. Again, I would really like to thank IGBC for giving us this opportunity to present our organization. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashutosh and Mr. Satish, for this wonderful presentation, informative. And I hope a lot of business enterprises will get the benefit of this.
Surely.
And thanks a lot, Shefali. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining Konnichiwa Pune 2021. Hope to see you soon next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our pleasure. Thanks a lot.
So now we are going to take a break for a short time. Hope to see you soon after a break. We'll see you by 3 p.m. sharp with some other exciting events to this slot. And I would like to tell that one more event is going on in stage 1. Please join that. Please have a look. And it's amazing event is going on there. And okay, we are going to take a break.
Finger strikes, knee strikes, and headbutts.
Thank you, Poonam ma'am. Now I'll give a few lines about Japan history. The historical origin of Japanese martial arts can be found in the warrior tradition of samurai, and the caste system restricted the use of weapons by members of the non-warrior classes. Originally, samurai were expected to be proficient in many weapons as well as unarmed combat and attain the highest possible mastery of combat skills for the purpose of glorifying either themselves or their trustee. Over time, there was a trend away from traditional purpose to philosophy of coupling spiritual goals by the striving to perfect their martial skills. Now, there are many benefits of martial arts, like physical and mental. Physical health benefits of martial arts. Cardiovascular health, meeting the physical activity guidance of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention can be difficult. Muscular tone, weight loss, reflection, mobility, strength and power, flexibility, etc.
Mental health benefits of martial arts are discipline, focus, boost mental strength, help with the goal setting, increase confidence and self-esteem, release your anger, mindfulness, learning to go with the flow of life. I'm glad to introduce Daichi martial arts. Daichi martial arts Daichi is a compound modified phrase of a Japanese origin meaning number one. Daichi Martial Arts Academy India was started by Sensei K.D. Pawar sir, fourth dan in 1992 in Pune with the mission of spreading the mental, physical and spiritual fitness through the art of karate. The Institute of registered under Charitable Trust Act would have total 35 plus years experience in martial arts with more than 50 black belts are associated with us. We train more than 5,000 students in karate. We recognized as India head affiliation from Japan Karate Dorobukai, which is currently appearance in more than 20 countries. Till now, we have organized a school and district level karate championship in Pune. Daiichi students have performed in district, state and national level championship, which include gold medals in the black belts category as well. The institute has won the many trophies with the highest number of gold medals in championship. Daiichi Martial Arts Academy India has conducting many self-defense awareness workshops and training workshops for the students in school across Pune. Our institutes have attained special training weapons camps in Mumbai by Sensei Kimomon in 7 black belts in karate and judo.
Like as I already said, like we have affiliation with the JKR. Japan Karate Dorobukai is an international karate organization under the leadership of Yashiro Konishi. He is the 10th son of organization founder Yashiro Konishi. It has branches in more than 20 countries under the guidance of Kiyoshi Yamazaki. He is the international director and chief instructor. The style of karate taught by JKR is Shindo Jiren Ryo, which was established by Yashiro Konishi. Now we will start our demonstration. So first we will request our group. We will start with Bo. Karate contains a lot of Japanese etiquettes and culture. One of the most important thing is Bo, commonly known as Ri. The word Ri comes from Japanese word Ri, which means respect, courtesy, manners. After this Bo, we will perform stances. Stances in karate is mainly concerned with the position of lower part of the body. Powerful, fast, accurate and smoothly executed techniques can be performed only from a strong and stable base. Now we'll start with stances. Hip stance. Take punching stance. Fight stance. Or stance. Cat stance. Niko Shidachi. After this successful stances, we are move on to now blocks, which is called UK. Blocks are used to define against arm and leg attacks towards any part of the body. They are used as a defensive tool in order to stop an opponent's attack. Hip stance. Down blow. Chest block. Up. Down Jijoke. Up. Double Shitoke. Face.
Close and uchi, okay? Now after this, they will show block combinations. And fast movements. Let's go, open up, start. After this wonderful combinations of blocks, they will perform now hits, or we can also say strike. Hand strikes make a fast combination of strikes which can be leave an opponent surprised and unable to defend himself. Ipsans! Yurekkan! Nukite! Back MP! Front MP! Double punch! Inner chop! Palm hit! Wrist hit! Now same hits they will perform in a fast movement. Start! After this powerful hits, we are moving on to kicks or geri. The kick plays a huge role in overall speed because it provides 4 important functions depending on the strength and fitness level of the legs and the ankle flexibility. It creates force. Kicks are generally used to keep an opponent at a distance, surprise them with their range, and inflict large damage. Let's go. Open up. Ready? Start. After this wonderful kick combination, we are going to perform kata. Kata is a form of unique essential exercise involving a series of hand and foot techniques of punches and kicks. It helps fine-tune a karateka's body mechanics, including muscles memory, need to execute martial arts techniques properly. Let's go. Open up. Ready? Start. Next. Let's go. Open up. Ready? Start. After this successful blocks and powerful performed by kata, we are moving on to self-defense. Like we all know this, like karate, martial arts, the self-defense is most important in this art. Self-defense techniques taught not only allows teens to defend themselves against physical attacks, it also has diverse benefits for students in their everyday lives. It helps to prepare you for unexpected situations. First group. Let's go. Open up. Now this act, self-defense, will be performed by Anjali ma'am, Harsh sir, Prathamesh sir. Ready? Start. Next act will be group fight. Let's go. Open up. This group fight will be performing by Sonal ma'am, Nivedita ma'am, Sakshi ma'am. Ready? Start. After this act, self-defense. Let's go. Open up. This act will be performed by Samruddhi ma'am and Prathamesh sir. Ready? Start. After this act, we are trying to show like if knife attack happened, so how you have to deal with that knife attack. Let's go. Open up. This act will be performed by Sakshi ma'am and Nivedita ma'am. Ready? Start. After this attack, we will start with women's self-defense. So basically, self-defense means we used in road fights, which is the combination of blocks, kicks, attacks, everything. Let's go. Open up. This act will be performed by Anil sir and Sonal ma'am. Ready? Start. Next. Let's go. Open up. This act will be performed by Nachiket sir and Prathamesh sir. Ready? Start. Next group. Next group, they are going to perform how to defense with sword attack. Let's go. Open up. This act will perform by Prasad sir and Anil sir. Ready? Start. After this wonderful self-defense techniques, we are moving on to Judo. Judo is a combat game founded by the Japanese. It is a complicated and skillful form of wrestling designed for self-defense without the use of weapon. It was organized and developed by Professor Jugaro Kano in 1882 in Tokyo, Japan. The purpose of Judo training is to teach physical and mental discipline through the practice of attacks and defense. Now, they all are going to perform some Judo falls. Let's go. Open up. Side fall. Back fall. Front. Uki mein. This falls basically used in street fight. A person fall down from a certain height, still he or she can manage to save from them. After this Judo fall, we are moving on to throw. Shoulder throw. Inner sweep. These all are techniques of Judo. Front sweep. stomach throw. After this successful throws, and we are moving to breaking. So in karate, basically there are tile breakings also we have. So we are now going to perform tiles breaking. Move. Breaking is an action where a martial artist uses a striking surface to break one or more objects using the skills gained their art form. Shift this side. Ready? Start. Next. We'll start. I will say start. Ready? Start. After this successful breaking performance, we are moving on to yoga. Yoga is a way of living that aims towards a healthy mind in a healthy body. Yoga helps in controlling as individual minds, body, and soul. It helps manage stress and anxiety. It also helps increasing flexibility, muscle strength, and body tone. Yoga builds inner strength. So they will be performing by few asanas. Let's go. Open up. Ready? Sit. The first asana, they are going to perform Akarna Dhanurasana. Start. Down. Relax. Next asana, they are going to perform Chakrasana. Ready? Up. Down. Relax. Now the third asana, they are going to perform Dhanurasana. Get ready? Up. Relax. Now, here they have shown few basic asanas. After doing asanas, we are moving on to Omkar. After this, Omkar is a kind of meditation which keeps your mind fresh, calm. We are moving on to last event, which is known by Mux. Mux is also known as meditation. Mux is a Japanese term of silent meditation. The purpose of the opening Mux is to relax and clear the mind and to allow any cares or anger to drain away before commencing training. Closing Mux is allow for reflection on what has been taught and to calm the mind and body prior to leaving the dojo. Once again, I'll thankful to Konnichiwa Pune who gave us this opportunity to perform a karate demonstration over here. Thank you so much once again. After this completely demonstration, I would like to thank Konnichiwa Pune who gave us this karate demonstration to perform over here. Once again, thank you so much, Konnichiwa Pune. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. It was really, really wonderful to see judo, karate, yoga, and meditation. Amazing. Especially, I'm a big fan of judo, so that gives me surprise because I thought it is only karate, but of course, I love karate. But as you said, judo is something like meditation. You don't want to hurt anybody, but you want to just defend yourself. You use your self energy to force it on other people and stop him, right? So thank you so much. I think one thing I wanted to say, you all of your face are so bright and having some very different energy, which gives us energy. It's amazing, and we are very glad that you come and done this demo. This year being virtual, so you have very less audience. Hopefully next year we will do physical event or the real event, and you will get a much more audience. Definitely we look forward to see you next year too. And beyond that, maybe I would like to invite you for someday on a lecture on this sports, right? On this art, because we have many people who want to learn this, and every month we take opportunity to introduce something related to Japan or something related. It might be art, it might be culture, it might be anything. So maybe my team will get in touch with you. And
Yes.
please come that time. Thank you so much
Thank you
once
so much
again.
for
Thank
giving
you.
this opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us for Konnichiwa Pune 2021. Thank you, the IHG team with me. We'll definitely going to see you next year.
Thank you so much. Definitely.
Hello and welcome everyone to Konnichiwa Pune 2021, Stage 2, Day 2. We are now going ahead with our next event, which is being presented by Mr. Bhupendra Singh. This event is on impact of RCEP and other FTAs on India-Japan trade relationship. I would request Mr. Bhupendra Singh to take over from here.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome from our side, Artham Law Chambers, for this half-an-hour session on impact of the free trade agreements between India and Japan trade relationships. From our side, we really thank Indo-Japan Business Council to give us this opportunity to highlight certain key areas where the Indian and Japanese business houses can be very mindful about in terms of the new free trade agreements which are being signed literally left, right, and center by various countries. Without much of ado, I would like to start our discussions, and I'll share my screen. It's a brief presentation where we have kind of focused on few critical aspects of the free trade agreements which India has been signing or are under discussions, along with the recently announced and soon to be implemented Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP. So just give me 1 second. Let me just share my screen. Shefali, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, it's visible.
All right, thank you so much. Right, so coming to this presentation topic, what we thought along with IGBC team, that in the recent few times, primarily in last 2 to 3 years, what we have seen globally is that the international trade relationships are not just impacted by mere geopolitical reasons, but there have been many more changes at various countries levels, where the countries have lately started increasing their tariff and non-tariff barriers on trade. Now, when we talk about tariff barriers, these are primarily a simpliciter increase in the rate of customs duty. While we talk about the non-tariff barriers of trade, these are primarily some additional compliance requirements. For example, some certification on agricultural products, maybe some certification of IT products or other textile leather products. So while these certification requirements are mandatory in the country of import, but at the end of the day, they do not lead into any additional customs duties payment. So they become non-tariff barriers of trade. Now, tariff barriers as well as non-tariff barriers are regulated by World Trade Organization, WTO, under the aegis of GATT, General Agreement on Trade in Tariffs in Goods. Now, one of the kind of leeway which WTO provides is a signature or an agreement between two or more countries, which we call as a free trade agreement, or in case of a multilateral countries, which we call as a regional comprehensive economic partnership agreement, RCEP. What it effectively means is that the trade between such countries will be free flow, and the countries will not be allowed to impose any tariff and non-tariff barriers of trade which are beyond that particular agreement. In light of these tariff and non-tariff barriers, we thought that recently concluded RCEP, which is a big kind of agreement which caters to 30% of the global trade, may have some impact on the trade between India and Japan. And this could be the right time to discuss the impact of RCEP on the relationship, the trade relationships primarily between India and Japan. So what it effectively means when we talk about the regional trade agreements or the free trade agreements. As of today, as of October 2021, as per the reportings gone to WTO, World Trade Organization, in total, there are approximately 351 regional trade tariff agreements. It means that the countries could be say 100, but these 100 countries could have entered into multiple tariff agreements, allowing free flow of goods and services at a lower rate, lower customs duties, or at a nil customs duty rates. While there are 350 or 351 odd contracts or agreements which are already in force, there are approximately 15 agreements which are still under discussions. So this is at a global level, which means globally in total 351 and 15 agreements under discussion. But when we drill down to India and Japan, what we see is that as of today, Japan has got approximately 18 free trade or regional trade agreements already in force. And when we look at the historical data, we would see that the biggest jump into change in RTAs or the regional trade agreement between from Japanese side was during the period 2007 to 2011, where until 2007, Japan had entered only into 3 regional trade agreements or free trade agreements, but by end of 2011, that 3 moved up to 12. Similarly, when we look on the other side, which is India, the regional trade agreements from India's side saw the biggest huge jump during the period 2005 to 11, where we actually moved from 8 regional trade agreements or free trade agreements to 16 regional trade stroke free trade agreements. So the jump you would see between the signature or signing of trade agreements was more or less 2005 to 2011. And if we have to kind of look back during that period, that was also the period when globally there was an economic meltdown, 2007 and 2008, and countries were imposing tariff barriers of trade by increasing customs duty. So most of the countries, not just India and Japan, most of the countries thought it better that let there be a regular customs tariff for all the imports, but let us have a separate free trade agreement with the countries with whom we want to trade more. And under those free trade agreements, the customs duty rate can be brought down, which have actually been brought down significantly. So 2007 to 2011 is the period where the free trade agreement saw the biggest increase, the sharpest rise. And since 2011-12, the bilateral free trade agreements lost their steam until I would say 2018 and 19. But in last 2 years, maybe driven by pandemic, the discussions on free trade agreements have already picked up steam again. Now, in this background, what we have to see is the overall in terms of who are the real users or who are the big kind of countries who have actually got benefited from these free trade agreements. Remember the baseline principle: free trade agreement effectively provides you somewhere a customs duty exemption or lower customs duty when you are trading between the designated countries. So a heat map which we have taken from the WTO website itself, it shows that the highest or the biggest user of free trade agreement is the European Union. In total, 154 regional trade agreements have been entered by European Union. And followed by East Asia, where we have got approximately 101 free trade agreements. And as you can see from the heat map, the majority of the trade in goods effectively covers between Europe and East Asia. And these are the 2 areas where the regional trade agreements have actually got benefited the business users who are primarily dealing into the import and export of goods. Now, in light of this free trade agreement, what has been India's stance? Because as I mentioned, since 2005, India also have seen a lot of free trade agreements, but lately, in last couple of years, the stance on free trade agreement has seen two kind of different waves. First and foremost, in I would say last 5 to 6 years time, the government of India has been focusing more on a self-reliant India, which effectively is nothing but Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the objective and intention of the government is to have minimum dependency on import of goods, but to make India as an export hub. Now, it's one thing that you government announces policy, but it's absolutely another thing where the policies have to be implemented. And to implement this Atmanirbhar Bharat as a scheme or a trade facilitation agenda, government has been doing quite a lot in last 2.5 to 3 years, where we have seen various production-linked incentive schemes being announced, which effectively is permitting various manufacturers globally to set up their manufacturing plants or some sort of a trading hub in India, and also properly pushed and supported by ease of doing business. What we mean by ease of doing business is nothing much, nothing more. I'm not referring to any of the World Bank or IMF reports. It's as simple as how quickly and faster certain documentation can take place online, which is digital documentation. And as you would read the reports and the data speaks for itself, Government of India has done quite a lot in last few years to digitize most of its application filings and the approval processes. Yes, there are few areas where some improvisation still might be required, but more or less we are on the right track to kind of implement ease of doing business for India. At the same time, government is cognizant of the fact that any country, not just India, no country can totally depend on its own manufacturing setup. And definitely there will be some sort of dependency on the trade with different countries. And to that extent, what Government of India has been doing is that bilateral free trade agreement discussions have been kept ongoing. And the most recent ones which are under discussion and properly reported also are India's free trade agreement discussion with UK, which is almost at the verge of signing, followed by Australia. And as recent as day before yesterday, a working group has been set up for a free trade agreement with United Arab Emirates. Now, the whole objective, again, I'm linking it back with the previous statement. The countries are deciding whether they want to be part of a larger and bigger trade bloc with multiple countries coming into picture, or do they want to have a smaller bilateral trade bloc, where as a country, I decide which are the countries, other countries with whom I can trade more in specific products. The reason or comparative between these two scenarios is that in a regional or a larger trade bloc, there's a possibility that as a participating country, I may have lesser control over the outcome, because I will have to negotiate on the terms and conditions with multiple countries for almost all the products. But when I talk about a bilateral, which is two country discussions or negotiation, as a country, I know exactly what my positive factors or points are from the trade in goods perspective, and I also know the other side's positive points. So I can get a better tariff schedule covering the limited products which are actually being traded, and it doesn't become an open-ended support where all the products can be imported at a lower rate. So it seems India is walking on that path where bilateral free trade agreements are talk of the town, and that's what the government of India might continue in near future as well. Now, government has taken a very strong stance on the two specific points, very again conscious of the fact that digital services, e-commerce, and data localization are the big things. Now, all of us know that data and information is the actual go-to thing in today's world. Anyone who has data or information, he knows what can be done or what cannot be done with that data and information. Till I would say 2017 or 2018 mid, most of the data was never stored in India. And again, most of the services, digital services I'm talking about, were being provided from other jurisdictions. What it led to a situation was that Government of India had minimum control from a legal and regulatory perspective that where that data is being used by the service providers who are not based out of India. And hence government took a stance that as far as digital services and e-commerce are concerned and data localization is concerned, there should be some sort of presence in India. Now, these two factors have to be properly plugged into a free trade agreement, which can happen better in a better situation or in a better form in a bilateral trade agreement. Last but not the least, government is absolutely clear about the balance of payments pressure, which keeps on going up and down. It's fluctuating, but broadly and majorly, the BOP, balance of payment impact, which is coming from imports from China. And why China is a relevant example here? Because the topic is RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, where China is one of the participating countries, which has allowed duty-free or a concessional rate of duty for trade in goods between these participating countries. Now, moving on, while the government has announced many policies on the free trade agreement, and also they are maybe going in the right direction to implement their global trade arrangement, at the same time, Minister of Finance was quoted a year or year and a half back that imports from free trade agreements are more often than not are misused, which effectively means that some incorrect declarations are being provided, because of which the imported goods in India get incorrect duty benefit, which otherwise may not have been available. In light of that, last year in 2020, government notified new customs rules, briefly called as Carotar rules, which puts onerous obligation on importer of goods in India, as well as exporter of goods, to provide some specific information. Now, the information could be, which is mandated to be provided, is what is the production process and what is the cost of manufacturing of goods which are being imported in India. The reason government wants to know is that if I am giving a free trade agreement benefit to, let's say, goods imported from Malaysia or maybe Thailand, did those goods actually get manufactured in Malaysia, Thailand, or were they just routed through it? The answer to that question will lie what kind of production process was implemented in Malaysia, Thailand, and what was the cost of manufacturing. So these two data points are mandatorily to be provided to the customs. A big question is the confidentiality. Or in our experience, in few situations or few cases, customs authorities in India have agreed to keep the data confidential, but it depends on case-to-case basis how strongly the importer as well as the exporter is able to explain the reason to keep the data confidential. Then all this data and information has to be provided by consignment-wise details, consignment to consignment basis as per the rules, and the data, which even though once submitted to the authorities, customs authorities, it has to be stored and retained for a period of 5 years, which effectively means that after the date of import, add up another 5 years, the importer is under an obligation to keep that data with him. And the customs authorities can ask for that data during any period for those 5 years. And if the data is not provided or incorrectly provided, then the benefit which would have been granted at the time of import, that gets taken back and all the customs duties become payable with interest. Now, two last points on this requirements under Carotar. The first one is that even though the importer exporter might have submitted all the data and information, customs authorities have been given a discretionary power to seek any additional information. Now, there is no kind of black and white list of question and answer or data or information which can be sought, and it's as open-ended as any information or any additional information. So the objective should be that when the goods are being imported into India, before import, all this necessary information and data and documents should be kept ready. And the customs authority should be given a complete set before, if possible, before the goods land at the port of import or immediately at the time of import of goods, so that there are minimum surprises. The second point is the last bullet on the slide is the faceless assessment. Now, customs has implemented faceless assessment. What it effectively means that if there's any query on the imported goods, now as an importer, you cannot directly reach out to the customs officers. That query will get assigned through the system at the back end to one of the officers who could be placed anywhere in India, and the importer will get that query over email. And the entire interaction and discussion will happen through email or through system. Now, the challenge, practical challenge, what we have observed in this kind of faceless assessment is that what question is being asked, what's the intention of that question, and what's the response which the importer provides. If there's any gap, then most likely than not, the faceless assessment could go negative, and it may not be favorable for the importer. So importers as well as exporters have to be really mindful about exactly what they are sharing as part of their import documentation. And it becomes relevant from Indo-Japan trade perspective because Indo-Japan also have a separate free trade agreement dated 2011, which we'll discuss now. Now, moving on to the recently concluded and announced Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP. Now, RCEP effectively got kind of signed on by all participating countries towards end of 2020, and it is coming into effect from 1st January 22. What effectively it means? Now, first and foremost, the participating countries. So participating countries under RCEP is ASEAN countries, which are Malaysia, Philippines, Brunei, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar, Cambodia, excluding India. And this is where I would like to draw everyone's attention here. Even though initially RCEP intended India to be part of ASEAN and hence part of RCEP, India in 2019 end withdrew from the discussions and negotiations for the reasons which we had discussed briefly at the beginning. At the same time, the RCEP countries have agreed to grant India as an observer status, which means India has a right to go back to the RCEP countries at a later point in time and request them to make India also part of RCEP. But as of today, India is not part of RCEP, and all the trade benefits for goods as well as services are not given to Indian exports to RCEP countries, vis-a-vis, on the other side, Indian imports from these RCEP countries. Other than ASEAN countries, we have got Japan, China, Australia, South Korea, New Zealand. So if you have to put it other ways, all ASEAN countries plus 5 countries constitute RCEP, and RCEP in total, as I was mentioning about, it constitutes around 30% of the total global trade in goods. So in the terms of real value of money of the traded goods, RCEP is one of the biggest trading bloc world over. Now, when we look at India's share in RCEP trade, one of the reasons why India decided to step back, at least at this stage, from RCEP, is that India's export to RCEP countries are pretty low as compared to Europe or maybe to the US. So exports from India accounts only 21% to RCEP countries. However, if you look at the import side, the imports constitute around 34% of total imports in India. This 34% more or less translates into 1/3 of the total imports, is a big troubling factor for the government of India, because if India would have become part of RCEP, all these imports, 34% or 1/3 of total imports, would have gone duty-free, which effectively means there could have been a possibility where there might have been a significant surge in import of goods from these RCEP countries, because everything could have or would have become duty-free. So India didn't want to kind of, walk that path where 1/3 of my imports go duty-free. And when we look at this 1/3 trade from RCEP countries, China plays a significant and a major role, because out of the total trade deficit of approximately $100 billion US, China's contribution is approximately 50%. And this 50% is despite the fact that India as a country have imposed anti-dumping duty as well as safeguard duty on quite a lot of products which are being imported from China. So just imagine a situation where no anti-dumping, no safeguard duty for goods imported from China, more so no customs duties also. So clearly India at this stage didn't want that situation to hamper its economic growth, and hence decided to step back from RCEP. Now, with this kind of data points for RCEP and the reasons for India to stay back, the next point is that this RCEP, where Japan is also part or major contributor to this RCEP arrangement, is it going to impact trade relationship between India or Japan, or it will remain neutral? The answer is that in our view, the trade relationship between India and Japan will not get impacted because of RCEP. Because as far as trade in goods between India and Japan is considered, there is always a separate free trade agreement, Japan-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. It's of year 2011 CEPA. And the relationship between India and Japan is not just in relation to CEPA. Japan has been providing continuous and constant economic assistance to India through loan and through subsidies. And one of the good examples is the high-speed railways. So RCEP can continue to play its role in its own jurisdiction, while Indo-Japan trade can continue to function under CEPA of 2011. And we don't think that RCEP will have any kind of impact whatsoever as far as the trade in goods or services is considered between India and Japan. And when you look at the CEPA 2011, you will see, and when you compare it with the other free trade agreements, it's one of the most comprehensively drafted agreement, which literally covers almost everything except today's recent developments on the technology front. And hence, the trade relationship between India and Japan is not going to get impacted by RCEP, and whatever geopolitical things have to be looked at. Many of you might have read about the focus on Indo-Pacific region, where India, Japan, and USA and Australia have created a separate 4-country group called as Quad, which is Quadrilateral Security Dialogue Team. And the main role and focus of this team is to stay focused on how to bring peace in the Indo-Pacific region. So we are not just looking from an economic perspective, but also from non-economic perspective, where India and Japan are literally hand in hand on various fronts. Having said so, it also becomes really important and relevant to see that what are the changes, or what could be a comparative analysis when we have to talk about CEPA of 2011, which is Indo-Japan, vis-a-vis RCEP, which is recently concluded. Now, RCEP, if you see the content or the draft agreement, the first reaction or the first rather conclusion would be that RCEP is more favorable. The reason being that now there is a single set of rules of origin for all the countries involved. So there are approximately 15 or 16 countries involved in RCEP. All these countries have a standard rules of origin. So import, let's say Japan importing either from China or Malaysia, Japanese importer doesn't have to really look at different sets of rules, a single set of rules to figure out whether the goods will qualify for duty exemption or not. Similarly, rules of accumulation, which means that when we have to see whether goods have actually been manufactured in RCEP countries, goods manufactured in more than 2 or 3 RCEP countries get accumulated and can qualify as a product manufactured in RCEP. So again, a benefit under RCEP. Third beneficial point could be digital services and e-commerce, which are covered in RCEP, but currently not in CEPA. And this is one thing where India and Japan as 2 countries as part of CEPA can really look at or relook at their 2011 agreement to see if certain things have to be added up or not added up. Having said all these positive points for RCEP, the major impact in RCEP for Japanese exporter is the agricultural food exports. For whatever reasons, RCEP does not give any kind of duty concession to export of food products from Japan. And when we look at the total quantum from a data point perspective, Japan exports 39% of its total food production to RCEP countries plus India. Now, when we talk about export from Japan to RCEP countries, no duty benefit. But when we look at Indo-Japan agreement, the Indo-Japan agreement provides for that concessional rate of duties for import or export of food products from Japan to India. And in addition to these food exports, as I mentioned earlier, there are other factors also, including economic assistance between India and Japan, which weigh more than a mere RCEP. Because at the end of the day, RCEP just stops at the trade in goods, which can lead into balance of payment kind of a situation in the due course of time. And the second thing is that when we talk about Indo-Japan customs duties under the agreement, we know it's a standard lower rate, which is extremely, extremely low under the agreement. But when we look at the concessional tariff or the concessional duties under RCEP, every country has a different concessional duty. So it's not a standard exemption which is given to all RCEP countries. This being the case, if Japan has to export to China vis-a-vis India and Malaysia, Japan will have to look at all 3 countries separately to determine what is the actual duty benefit which Japan as an exporter will get. So at the end of the day, when the comparative has to happen, it's country to country basis. So all these rules of origin, rule of accumulation may become peripheral because the hard hitting fact is the tariff, the customs duty rate, which again, even under RCEP, vary from country to country. Well, all these things are very well said. And, as I mentioned, CEPA, which is 2011 agreement between India and Japan, it seems to be kind of, bringing the level playing field between India and Japan as trading partners. At the same time, it has to be kept in mind that there are certain things which all business houses in India as well as Japan should keep in mind. The first and foremost is, I would say, the gig economy or the digital services, That is something which is not part and parcel of the Indo-Japan Agreement of 2011. So countries and the business houses will really have to push it hard to get some sort of digital services incorporated into the free trade agreement between India and Japan. At the same time, in the wake of RCEP being announced and implemented effective Jan 22, the business houses and the companies will have to see their supply chain, because if today some countries are in the ASEAN region are getting more benefited in customs duty rate on account of RCEP versus Indo-Japan Treaty, then it has to be seen how that supply chain has to be managed. Then the reconstitution of economic and physical presence, if companies have their joint ventures, association of partnerships, or any kind of wholly owned subsidiary companies, it really has to be seen that where all those companies have to be set up so that eventually the ASEAN benefit under RCEP does not outweigh the Indo-Japan benefit, which is part and parcel of the 2011 treaty. Just a passing reference here, the first point, in 2020, India reduced the customs duty rates for imports from Japan significantly. It was almost 1/3 further reduction of what it was. And it seems that that reduction was an outcome of announcement of RCEP. So yes, government of India and Japan, of course, they are moving in the right direction to bring the customs duty rate at the bare minimum for trade in goods between these two countries. With this, I know I'm just in time, exactly at 4:30. So this is what we had. I know it was quite a fast forward session. We would be happy to take any questions if anyone has at this stage, or maybe at a later stage we can connect. Our contact details are there on the screen. And if you have any questions, I think I can take a pause and we'll be glad to take any questions from now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhupendra. It was pretty on time. If you have anything to discuss on this session, you can go ahead a little longer.
Okay, all right. So I just have one point, primarily in terms of the customs Carota regulation. So I'll just go back to that slide. Just 1 second. Okay, so while all the discussion points around RCEP and Indo-Japan Treaty was more from the economic, and I would also say somewhere politically driven, because at the end of the day, what kind of customs tariff rate or duty structure is to be adopted, it depends absolutely on the governments. Now, the example which I was giving towards the end of the presentation, to request for some digital services to be included in the free trade agreement. In that case, it's not the case that companies will put up a proposition today and government will agree in next week or maybe 10 days. It's a long drawn process. First, the representation will go to the government, and thereafter both the government representatives will discuss, and then they will come to a conclusion, right? But in the meantime, business will not and cannot stop. And hence, in those cases, it's really, really important and critical for all the importers in India as well as exporters from Japan to be very careful and mindful about the ever-evolving customs rules on the availment of free trade agreements, which are Carota 2020. Now, I'll just give you a few examples from our personal experience, what we have handled in various ports of import in India. And hopefully you'll get some idea exactly, how the customs authorities are looking at the documentation requirement. So in one of the cases, what had happened is that, the customs broker in India, what we also call as a customs house agent, he had filed an advance bill of entry claiming free trade agreement for goods being imported from Thailand. Now, along with that advance bill of entry, all the documents and information was submitted to the customs authorities. Having given all the data and documents, the customs authorities had just one doubt, because the stamp on the certificate, country of origin certificate, that was slightly blurred. Customs authorities felt that, okay, it's not a genuine certificate, and they put that entire import consignment under scrutiny. Now, of course, at the end of the day, everything sailed through clearly, but to complete that process, it took almost 2 to 3 weeks, because the importer had to go back to the exporter to get a clearly visible country of origin with a proper stamp of customs authorities of exporting country. Then the importer had to resubmit, and customs authorities had to take a final decision. During these 2 to 3 weeks, the demurrage and the detention charges were so high that it was like that why have we even brought the goods into India till the time we actually reviewed the documents. So in our view, it becomes really important, just have a thorough look at the documents. At the same time, you cannot, or your team cannot keep doing this on consignment to consignment basis. So what we have done is that we have set up a standard operating procedures, what we call as SOP, for all imports from free trade agreements. The whole objective is to lay down step by step what activities are required, what documents are to be seen, and what specific points in a document has to be seen. Once we have all those details, the supply chain management team or the team responsible for the export and imports of goods into India and out from India, they know exactly what they have to see. And if there's any red flag, they can highlight that red flag before time. And I say before time, before the goods arrive into India. So that SOP is what is being implemented at various companies. And trust me when I say it, it has really helped, at least in shrinking the time for clearance of goods. Because what matters is that at the end of the day, importers should not pay customs duties because it's covered under free trade agreement. And also there should not be unnecessary damage or detention charges because it's a direct impact on P&L. The landed cost of goods, if you add up detention and damage, it can just put the entire profit workings at a stake, right? So with these two specific examples, a professional suggestion is that just be extremely mindful about the Carota regulations, and not just the current regulations. Government has in last almost a year's time have given many clarifications that what data has to be submitted and how it has to be reviewed. So please keep your eyes and ears open, because as I mentioned, the business will continue. And the only way is that we are compliant with all the documentation and rules and regulations requirement while we are trading in goods from any country, definitely including Japan. So that was one point. And another point which I just wanted to highlight on this SEPA and RCEP, the example rather I wanted to give is that let's look at a situation again, companies from the Indian side may relate it more. Last year, Government of India just took a call that, okay, we really want to ban TikTok for various reasons, primarily security reasons, correct? In a situation, if India would have been part of RCEP, that kind of decision could not have been possible because RCEP clearly mandates that there cannot be any upright and upfront restriction on trade in services. With those kind of restrictions being placed in RCEP countries, again, had India been also part of RCEP, then any kind of security threatening services, primarily digital services, which are coming from any country could have been difficult to handle. And that's where even in the other free trade agreements where Government of India is negotiating with various other countries, including United Kingdom, one of the major discussion points is that on digital services, India still wants to keep its stance, which is that as a country, as Government of India, we want to control the data which belongs to the Indian citizens. That's the long and short of everything. So RCEP, as I was mentioning, someone might see and might say that, okay, it's really beneficial. But when we look at these two factors, one is the security criteria for digital services. And secondly, that within RCEP, you have different tariff, different customs duty rate. It really kind of, brings down the overall benefit of RCEP significantly. And what India has been doing is that to take care of the outcome where India is not part of RCEP, the bilateral free trade agreements are being implemented so as to make sure that whatever benefit on account of trade in goods could have been possible in RCEP is also possible otherwise. So all in all, the nutshell is that RCEP and SEPA 2011, which is Indo-Japan Free Trade Agreement of 2011, they can be said to be at the same platform, definitely yes, but from a security parameter, I think SEPA 2011 is still better because it gives both the countries, not just Indian government, both the countries free hand to deal with the digital services and the security concerns. And hence, I generally tend to say that, let's not look at RCEP in a silo that, hey, there's so many benefits. The customs duty rate is so low. But when you literally sit down and compare country by country customs duty rate, you might come to a conclusion that the benefit is not so high as it is being kind of, showcased. So nothing to be kind of, thinking or being worried about that now RCEP is coming. Will the trade have any impact between India and Japan? My personal and professional view is no impact whatsoever. The trade between these two countries will continue. And I'm sure with the inclusion of food exports in India and Japan treaty, it's bound to. So well, these were few kind of real life examples of thoughts which I felt that I can share with you all. Shefali, back to you for any closing remarks, or if there are any questions, happy to take those.
Thank you, Mr. Bhupendra, for such an informative session. It must be very helpful for manufacturing companies, and almost every manufacturing company right now is into import and export. It will be a beneficial session for them.
Yes, and I hope that everyone got some snippets or some thoughts and ideas from this presentation. And once again, thank you everyone, and to Shefali, you and the team for organizing this wonderful session.
Thank you for joining us, Konnichiwa Pune 2021. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you so much, Shefali. See you soon.
This session is on Omotenashi by Ms. Kazuko Barisik, calligrapher of Shodo, and Ura Senke, Sado master. Ms. Kazuko Barisik is a Japanese professional calligrapher of Shodo and a master of Ura Senke Sado, the Japanese traditional tea serving ceremony, and an advisor in hospitality and robotics. She has developed her expertise in the hospitality industry through more than 20 years of experience in Japan, Croatia, UAE, and India. She has also been invited as a guest speaker lecturer by TMP and Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University to their conferences focusing on India's future in hospitality and tourism industry. I think Ms. Kazuko Barisik still need to log in. I would request Ms. Kazuko Barisik to please take over from here. Am I audible? Ms. Kazuko Barisik?
Hi, I can hear you.
Okay, please take over from here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste in India. 日本の皆さん、こんばんは。Have you heard about Japanese word omotenashi? So I would like to talk about Japanese omotenashi, Japanese hospitality. What is omotenashi? The Japanese call it omotenashi, a service concept of which, sorry, I cannot read. No simple translation exists. Thoughtfulness, dedication to customers' needs, and mutual attention to detail are key elements of such services. Omotenashi was used the speech to invite the Olympic Games to Tokyo 2020 as a manifestation of Japanese culture. I feel that it has become firmly recognized all over the world. Heart to heart. I had a tea ceremony demonstration here yesterday. I examined the tool and how to wear the kimono. The important things at the tea party is to be gentle and kind and to make our customers feel at home. And I think that meeting and harmony with people is important in life. The tea party provide place and time, appreciate the heart-to-heart exchanges between guest and host, and meet them. Ichigo ichie, very important word. Everyone meets someone and always said goodbye. Beautiful flowers with surely die. Life is limited. The basis of the teaching of the tea ceremony is a spirit of hospitality, encounters with people, and farewell. I met you here today, and each one goes home and say goodbye. Meeting is not just coincidence. Every encounter has a meaning. Let's cherish the momentary encounter, respect the other person, and thank the encounter. Then the spirit of the tea ceremony. The spirit of the tea ceremony is Shiki, Shichi, Soku. Shiki refers to the spirit Wakei, Seijaku. Shichisoku refers to tea master's 7 rules. Shiki refers to the spirit Wakei Seijaku. Wa, opening up to each other and getting along with each other. Kei, respecting each other with respect. Preferring your surrounding as well as your spirit. Jaku, maintain a calm spirit. It is Wakei Seijaku. 7 principles by Tea Master. Tea Master made it point to observe the following 7 principles, which you will recognize to be useful in our ordinary life as well. Tea is to be served tasty to the guest to have it. When a host makes tea, he has to appear to not only the taste, but also the mind of the guest. What matters is the attentiveness of the host and the guest. In turn, appreciate it as well as taste itself. Number 1, to be served tasty to the guest to have it. When a host makes tea, he has to appear to not only the taste, but also the mind of the guest. What matters is the attentiveness of the host and the guest. In turn, appreciates it as well as the taste itself. Number 2, to have charcoal placed so as to boil water. Winter season and also summer season, we also making a tea ceremony using charcoal. It seems simple to handle it. However, this advised something more that the guest be devoted to every process of the tea ceremony, body and soul. To arrange the flower as if it is in the field. The flower used for the tea ceremony is much simpler than that used exclusively for the flower arrangement to create the universe. One or two flowers may be preferable looking more natural and more beautiful than those in the field. Number 4, to be cool in summer and to be warm in winter. In murky summer of Japan, they arrange the tea ceremony in a way to appeal to the sense of coolness, divided into the garden, tea room, and tea utensils. The green vegetation, sprinkled water, summer calligraphy and alcove, cool tea cake, summery utensil, these play the refreshing role in the summer. In cold winter, it can be arranged vice versa. Number 5, to be punctual and well ahead of time. This is one of the basics of our daily life. Tea master proposes the concrete principle like this together with the next one. Number 6, to prepare umbrellas against a rain even if it's improvable. Japan is country of frequent rainfall and people do not like to get well. This is teaching by the tea master to take care of the guests to the last. Number 7, last one, to pay respect to each other in the tea ceremony. Everyone is equal as a human in the tea ceremony. Wake, harmony, and respect is a key to enjoying the tea ceremony. It is 7 very, very important rules. Training omotenashi and ichigo ichie. When I was staying in Abu Dhabi, UAE, as the assistant to general manager of a local resort hotel, I devoted to employee education to their mindset to make a strong team. We try to improve in all sections. Teach traditional Japanese hospitality, omotenashi, at a hotel in the Arab Desert country, middle of desert. This is a hotel which I stay, and 360 degrees desert. So beautiful nature. I worked in about 4 years at that time. Use the spirit of hospitality for business. When you start to work for a company, you have to think what the customer expects. You have to think about customers' expectation. We cannot sell any product unless customers are satisfied. It is the same, not only product, but also services. Employees need to project a refreshing feeling of cleanliness. In audible information, they need to make people comfortable. Also require to learn etiquette to become a polite lady or gentleman. To do so, we will work in cooperation with all the staff in the hotel. It is important to listen carefully to customers' words. The staff of service section will be seen as the face of the hotel. It is important for us to keep in mind that we do not forget our hospitality and seriously deal with customers. My favorite word, arigato, thank you. I think that is the universal infinity word. I think that it is the most beautiful word. Thank you is a word that can be used giving the best way to express your gratitude and making everyone feel happy. For any complaint, please say, thank you for the opportunity to improve ourselves. After for the inconvenient case, the word will change the pinch situation into new opportunity for the better. So, being grateful reduce your stress. Keeping a calm feeling is good for your body. Please cherish the spirit of omotenashi and ichigo ichie. Thank you all your ichigo ichie, the occasion of Konnichiwa Pune. ありがとうございました。Any question? So fast. I cannot hear. What happened? I cannot hear. I cannot hear. 呼んできてよ。何も分かれへん。Done. I'm done.
Am I audible to you, Kazuko-san?
Yes.
Is
So
there any problem?
I have no idea, but I'm recover. Any question that for question? Still have a time, and sorry about convenience for something. For that, but sometimes I cannot hear. You are on mute. I cannot. Very well, son. Maybe on mute.
Am I audible right now?
Yes. Now. I
Voice
can
is
hear.
coming.
Yes, coming now.
I'm so sorry. I think my mic was not in good position.
Yes, yes, sometimes.
So thank you, Kazuku Barisik, for
Thank you.
this wonderful session.
Thank you
And
very
thank you
much.
for joining us.
Yeah, thank you
Hope
very
to
much.
see you soon next year. In fact, I would like to tell the audience to please be with us. And there's another session is going on stage 1 with Barisik Kazuko. So please
Okay.
switch to stage 1, and stage 2 is also having one more session. Be with us. It's up to you to choose the sessions.
I'm coming. And see you in my tea ceremony again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. So after this wonderful session, we are moving to our next session, which will be taken by Santila Younger. This session is all about the art of slow cooking, Naga food, and similarity with Japanese cuisine. Santila Younger is a culture curator, textile specialist, and entrepreneur, craft revivalist, and state convener. Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. Santila T. Younger is a member advisory body on intangible cultural heritage and diverse cultural traditions of India. UNESCO Cell, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Chairperson, Northeast Handloom Committee, Indian Chamber of Commerce and Commerce. Santila Younger was awarded the Padma Shri in 2008. She is a recipient of the State Intech Award in 2010. I would request Ms. Santila if she is here to take over from this.
Hello and greetings from Nagaland. Today, we're going to take you into a culinary journey on the Ao Naga cuisine of Nagaland. Naga food has become very popular in the last few years, largely helped responsible to the huge student community spread throughout all the cities of India. And so today, we are going to have pork, one of the quintessential cuisine of all the Nagas, and amruso, which is a chicken congee, and a full ao meal, which will be cooked for you by Chef Imna.
Hello everyone, this is Chef Imna. Today we will be preparing a pork dish with tomato and tomarillo, also known as sweet tomato. And also we'll be preparing a chicken dish with rice flour. It's called anusu. For the pork dish, we'll be using fresh pork, tomatoes, pounded ginger garlic, salt, seasoning, chili, little bit of bamboo shoot water, and then Szechuan peppercorn. Now for the pork dish, in a pot, with the pot, now the tomatoes. Some seasoning, salt. The red chili powder. Now I'll stir this. We won't be using any water here since there's lots of tomatoes, and with that sauce the pork will get cooked slowly. Now it's done. Lid close. Cook for another 5 minutes. So for the chicken, which is the amrusu, we have the chicken, shiitake mushroom, some fresh bamboo shoot, and then seasoning salt. This is the rice flour which I've mixed with water, green chilies and ginger. While the pork is cooking, I'll prepare the amrusu. In a pot, I'll add some water. And then I'll add the chickens. The flame on high. Let it cook for 5 minutes like this. So now we'll check. Okay, the water is boiled now. So we'll add the rest of the ingredients. First, we'll add the mushrooms. Stir it a bit. Seasonings, salt. Some green chilies. I'm stirring for some time. Let it come to boil for another half an hour. Then we'll add the rice flour. In the meantime, let's check on the pork also. Let's give it a small stir here. We didn't add any water, but look, we have here all the juice from the tomatoes. So simmer it for another. We'll cook this with lid on for 40 minutes. Every Naga meal is accompanied with a side dish, which is the steamed veggies. So today I'll be preparing some mustard leaves and chow chow, which is also known as chayote. While the pork and the chicken are cooking, I'm boiling some water for the boiled veggies. So I'll add some salt, seasoning. Now the greens, the mustard leaves. I'll add the whole lot here. Just give it a stir a little bit. Close the lid and let it come to boil. After that, I'll add the chow chow. Now we'll add the chayotes. Close the lid and let it cook for 20 minutes. That's it. So every Naga dish is complete with a chutney. So today I'll be making a chutney with tomato, green chilies, some fermented dry fish, and chives. While all the dishes are cooking, let's start off with the chutney. So, pan. I'll char this tomato, some green chilies, and the fermented dry fish. Meanwhile, when we're doing the chutney, I'll check on the pork now. It's half shoe. Need to reduce the water so it cooks thoroughly. We need another half an hour more. Now let's check on the amrusu, which is been cooking for some time now. It's all coming. It's time to add some fresh bamboo shoot. A little bit of bamboo shoot water. And now we'll go with the rice flour. Which is basically just rice flour and water. This. Let's cook it for another 10 minutes and then check on it. Okay, now see the chilies are getting charred properly. Still some time left. The tomatoes getting good, so it needs more time. Now let's check on the veg boil. It's all done now. So it's ready. Gas off. Now let's check the two. Yeah. It's almost ready. It's another 5 minutes and then it's done. Leave the lid open. Well, let's go to the pork. Still some more sauce there. We need to reduce that. Then more time the pork. Now for the chutney, it's all properly charred. So let's turn it off. Chilies. bit of salt, and pound it. The chili is done. You get the dry fish. Pounding. That's it. Now for the tomato, take out the skin. That's it. Finally, add the local chives. Another good flavor. Chutney. This is it. This is our kuve chutney in Naga Thailand. This is the chives chutney. Now let's check it. The final dish. It's almost done now. Add some ginger, pounded ginger, and the Szechuan peppercorn. That's it. Give it a stir. So let's give a final look at the pork. All the water is reduced. Now we have the last step, which is the ginger and the garlic, which has been pounded, and some fresh grounded Szechuan peppercorn. That's it. Let's give a final stir. Let's give a 5 minutes and then we'll close. My dish is done. To complete our meal, I'll be preparing some red sticky rice and then some local white rice. Already 5 minutes. Let's see how it is. Yep. This is our fresh pork in tomato.
Well, so here we are at the end of our cooking show. I hope you've enjoyed it. Here is the chicken amruso, a chicken congee, the pork, which is the quintessential cuisine in Naga food, and the two varieties of rice with a chutney and the steamed vegetables, which always accompanies Naga meal.
So guys, I hope you all enjoyed the cooking show, and I hope someday you'll have the opportunity to at least come and taste or have the chance to make the dishes. Thank you so much.
To a successful Konnichiwa festival.
It was indeed a wonderful video by Santilla Younger, and indeed a mouth-watering video, I can say. So for today, we are closing here with our event, and hopefully we are waiting for you for tomorrow's event. We'll be there by 10 a.m. sharp. We'll start our event and hope to see you soon tomorrow by 10 a.m. With this, Konnichiwa Pune Day 2 is ending. See you tomorrow. Bye, namaste, and have a good evening.